Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Soho House, to the live stream of an interview with Nirav and Jim McKelvey. I'd like to thank you all for being here today. I know it's a hot day outside, and thank all of those online for the first time through YouTube. I think, when we think about success, and we have two unicorn founders here, I like to think of it as, although they're apparently extinct, I like to think about it as an iceberg. The glory sits above the water, but all the hard work, toil, insecurities, challenges, personal and professional, form the mass of the greater mass of the iceberg. And it's that we'd like to focus on today with Nirav and Jim. Like many in the room, I've also founded a business, and I understand the stresses that it takes. And so I'm extra pleased to be here with Jim and Nirav. They don't take any introduction, but I'll give you one anyway. Jim was the founder of Square. He's currently the founder and CEO of Invisibly. He's a serial entrepreneur. He's founded more than 7 companies in his time, probably more by now, I think. He's an author, and he's had a varied career. He started as an artist, glassblower.
Glassblower.
Yep. Went into entrepreneurship. He then retired from entrepreneurship, became a glassblower again. Then went back into entrepreneurship to start Square with a 15-year-old intern that you met called...
Jack Dorsey. Jack was my summer intern. Yeah.
So. Nirav, great to have you here. Nirav,
I feel terrible having to follow the glassblower here.
I know.
That's a tough one to follow.
So Nirav, founder and former CEO of Nextdoor, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. Previously COO and helped grow shopping.com. If you look familiar, it's because he's also on Shark Tank in the USA quite frequently. I think there are a few sharks and dragons circulating around the campus today. And he's currently executive chairman of Head of Sophia. So thank you both for being here.
Thank you for having us.
So wanted to dig in. Let's get to the meat of it. So I think both of you look depressingly young and healthy and relaxed for the success that you've had. So it's a good segue into how you think about balance. Is balance something that you can achieve when you're building a company, or is it something you sacrifice at the altar of success? So I know you've had some interesting thoughts, and we've discussed it in the past, Nirav, so maybe do you want to start with that?
Sure, and I loved what you said about the iceberg, because I have heard success defined as 999 failures leading to one success. And so, that really is the truth about making one of these things work. And probably the reason that we look so good is because we are not in the middle of trying to make one of these things work, or maybe you are.
Yeah, ex-CEO was the best thing about your intro.
Yeah, exactly.
Former
CEO. But let's use that to segue into balance. I never had much balance when I was running companies. Nextdoor was the 3rd one that I had started and run as CEO, and over that 20-year stretch, I felt like focus and work ethic and a single-minded dedication was a competitive advantage. And was something that I required to be successful in what I was doing. Ultimately, when I had the chance to step back, and at the time I had a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 1-year-old son, I really found this incredible gift of being able to shift all of that focus into my family. Now, my kids would probably say that I'm not balanced now either, and I'm working them just as hard as I was working at the company. But I think balance is not really possible when you're running a company or building a business. I think there are seasons, however, and if you think about a sine curve, there are times when you really have to grind, and there are times where maybe you can take a step back. So I think it's more about life-work harmony, and you have to have an honest conversation about yourself regarding, is this the time in my life when I want to do everything I need to do to build a successful business, which requires sacrifices and compromises in the other parts of your life? Or is it a season or an era in one's life when you can focus on other things? Right. And so I couldn't really do 50% personal, 50% professional. When I was doing professional, it was like 120%. Yeah. But now that I'm able to not do 120%, professional, I can focus a little bit more on the personal.
But at the time, did you know that it was going to change? Did you see a light at the end of the tunnel? Or
I was pretty tired. I mean, if I'm honest with myself, I mean, when I stepped down from Nextdoor, I'd been running it for about 10 years. And I was pretty tired, and I was not as sharp as I think I needed to be to guide the company through its next stage. Sarah Fryer, who runs the company now, incredible executive, incredible operator, and the company was at a point where it was about to go to the next level. It was preparing to go public. It was going from hundreds of employees to thousands, and there was a lot of value in bringing someone on who was at the very beginning of that adventure, versus I felt like I was dragging myself to the end of mine.
Right. Now, before Jim answers, I should say that Nirav's just arrived from the airport. I spoke to Jim about briefing yesterday, and he said he didn't want to know any of the questions, so I can guarantee you original content here. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and it's going to be bad content because I have to agree with you. And usually, like, conflict is good on stage. But look, generally, I've not been able to achieve balance either. I tend to work single-mindedly on something, or I task switch between projects. I find that I believe that people can have balance. I've met people who claim to. I just don't have any personal experience. So if you want this sort of life equation from me, it's not that. What I found is that I can do different things, and that sort of synthesizes balance. Which
Simultaneously?
No, like, so I'll go into the glass studio and I'll work there, and the process of physically making an object, it's just a different set of skills. But when I'm in the glass studio, like, I can't even hear people talking to me. I'll be sometimes so focused on the piece. But then, when I'm doing something that I care about, and I definitely, deeply cared about what Square was doing, that's a singular focus. And I actually left Square when my son was born, because it was pretty clear to me that 14-hour days were not going to lead to a good family life. Right. So, sorry for the balance enthusiasts.
And then when you come to, you've just touched on it, people start businesses for different reasons. It's sometimes because you want to get somewhere, success, money, things you don't have. It's to solve a problem. It's an irritation. Jim, I know that Square was founded because somebody couldn't buy one of your art pieces.
Yes.
So once you, with an Amex, once you achieve what you've been driving towards, how does your motivation change?
In my case, it kind of disappears.
Right.
Like, once the problem's solved, I am then uninterested in the process, which is why I don't run companies. So somebody like Sarah Fryer, who will just sing her praises since she's not here. Sarah was great. Jack was great. Jack and I had literally a 15-minute conversation about who was going to run the company. He's like, I want to run the company. I was like, great. I don't want to run the company. And I'm like, well, what are we going to do with the rest of the time that we've set up for this meeting? And that was it. It's very clear to me that I'm not good when I stop caring about the problem. And in my case, I always focus on problems that I have not been able to find any sort of societal solution for.
Yeah.
So if somebody else is working on the problem, I'm like, great, Nirva's going to handle this. I'll go do something else, or do nothing. But that's once it's from 0 to 1, to use sort of Peter Thiel's analogy, I very quickly lose interest.
Yeah. That's and Nirav?
Well, I think it's really important, I mean, as Jim just said, to have an honest conversation with yourself about what is motivating you. And the benefit for us of reflecting on the past is that in retrospect, we can say, well, why was I doing that exactly? And you can learn a lot about yourself. But you can do that in the moment as well. So we talked earlier about saying, okay, I look in the mirror and I say, is this an era of my life where I'm going to sell out to build my company, or I am going to focus on my family? The same way, looking in the mirror and saying, why am I doing this? Yeah. Is it because I want to achieve financial freedom? Is it because this is a really thorny problem that I'm passionate about solving? I lived a sort of charmed life as a founder and CEO, which is I went to Stanford and was in Silicon Valley when all of these people were starting amazing companies, getting fabulously wealthy, and changing the world and truly impacting it in a positive way. And that was inspirational for me. So the idea for me of being able to work on something that would make the world better at scale that was something I saw. I was one of the earliest employees at Yahoo. Those of you who remember Yahoo, it was many, many, many years ago, back in 1996. I was employee 84 there, and I got to see how that dramatically improved the quality of people's lives. It not only made people money, but it really made the world better. And so impact was the thing that I was really seeking. And part of the reason that ultimately it made sense for Sarah Fryer to come and run Nextdoor instead of me is because that company had the potential and has the potential and is making the world a better place at scale. And we needed the best possible person to do that. And so my motivation was less, I got to take this company public, I have to make X amount of money, I need to make sure we have 100 million daily active users. And it was much more, I want to make sure that the thing that I've created, the thing that I've poured so much of my life into, will have the most impact. Right. And impact for me, as I transitioned out, became maybe the most important startup of them all, which was the startup of my family. Yeah. How can I have a positive impact on my children? And have a positive impact as a father, as a husband, as a relative to my family members that I'd largely ignored over the last 20 years, right? And so knowing your motivation is a good way to ensure that you won't wake up one day and say, wait, why did I do all of this? Yeah. Why did I make all of these sacrifices? And it's important to have that conversation. I love what Jim said about needing to solve a problem, because then there's no guilt. If he says to himself, okay, I started this amazing thing Square, but I'm okay walking away now because the problem that inspired me to be part of it in the first place is something that is solved or something that no longer resonates with me, right? And having that kind of honest conversation is ultimately, I think, very, very critical.
And on the subject that you touched on an important point, but on the subject of honesty and self-reflection and being honest with yourself, is that something that you have to do on a daily basis, reflect, is this project working? I know there'll be many founders here today who are questioning the viability of their business, when to walk away. Is that something that runs through everything you do? Brutal self-honesty.
No, that's what my wife is for. My job is to maintain a happy state of delusion so I can get up and try again. Look, the stuff that I work on is weird. It is... I work on things that don't work. And so you'll see, well, they took my name badge away, but I'm working at a company called Invisibly right now. Invisibly we've been at it for 6 years. We think it's going to work. Download it in 2 weeks. Give us 2 weeks. We need 2 weeks. We got one more feature to come in. It's starting to work, but it's very difficult because we're working on something that historically has always failed. And just like I believe somebody's going to crack Fusion, probably in some other tent right now, they're talking about how close we are to getting Fusion working. I hope they do. I believe it's going to be great for the world. But it's very frustrating for me to do what I do. So I don't believe that pure rationality would help me. I think I have to believe it can be done. And then if I maintain that positive delusion, as long as I can do that, I keep going. Once I give up, which does happen, it just happens less often than I think normal, then I quit and drink.
I know I'm supposed to disagree, but I am going to agree with Jim on this one. I mean, when you're in the middle of it...
There's a bar in here.
And,
you can't see this on YouTube, but there's alcohol that direction.
When you're in the boiler room, I don't think it's very easy to do this self-reflection and get to this higher plane of consciousness. Now, if you're lucky enough to have a wife or a husband, you get a cold, hard dose of truth every night when you go home. If you join something like YPO, Young Presidents Organization, it can be a kind of support group of CEOs and founders that are giving each other a dose of reality. I found that most of the time, you can't really reflect until it's over, which is actually, it's too bad, right? Because you'd like to have that wisdom and you'd like to have that awareness. But in reality, when you're in it, you need every possible piece of energy that you have going towards solving that impossible problem. Because by definition, you're trying to do something that hasn't been done before.
Well, but let's distinguish, okay? Most problems are solved problems. So if you want to start a fintech SaaS company, that is a solved problem. I've got a VC fund that will fund that and give you the formula, okay? Most problems that humans face on a daily basis have been solved by other humans. And you'd be an idiot not to find somebody else who solved it and copy their solution in most cases. And that includes starting companies. And this is a problem I ran into when I wrote the innovation stack, which is I was writing this book on all these companies that had this really weird phenomenon, which made them sort of super durable.
Yeah.
And the commonality that I found was that they couldn't copy other business models. They were forced to. They didn't choose to. They were forced to build something new. But that's very different. Mm-hmm. So I don't want people to go out and go, oh, I want to, solve a new problem. No. Go on YouTube. Look it up. Click off this video right now and go search for some other idiot that invested all this time experimenting until he found something that worked. And then copy that, if you can. But there are certain problems that haven't been solved. And if you're confronting one of those, then you end up forced to innovate. And I say forced to because people are sold this bill of goods with innovation, like, oh, it's really cool to be an innovator. No, it sucks. It completely sucks because you face failure because you're trying stuff that is not likely to work.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you wouldn't go to Vegas. You wouldn't go to Vegas and play a game where the odds are 199 against you.
Yes.
But picking an unsolved problem is essentially doing that.
Well, that makes sense. And Jim, I think that sort of defensive moat that's built through innovation, you did that with Square, and you used that in the battle with Amazon, right? Or
yes, it protected us. So Amazon copied Square when we were a startup. And when Amazon attacks a startup, they win 100% of the time. This was true up until Square.
Yeah.
And when we survived, miraculously, afterwards, I was very happy. We were all very happy. But it was amazing because we didn't do anything differently. We wanted to fight Amazon, so we went on looking for other companies that had beat Amazon, discovered there were none. And then the question was, well, what the hell do we do? And the answer is, well, we'd love to be as strong as Amazon. We can't be. We'd love to have Amazon's brand name. We don't have it. We'd love to have Amazon's bank account. We don't have it. We'd love to have a listening device in everybody's home. We don't have that. Amazon had all these advantages that we didn't have, so we couldn't do anything except what we were already doing, and it worked. So the question was why?
Yeah. Well, why?
Well, the answer, which I'll save you 300 pages of reading, we couldn't copy because what we were doing at the time was building credit card acceptance for guys like me and my friends who were dirty artists and guys with no credit rating and in some cases ankle bracelets and it's a gritty crowd in the glass studio and we're not very happy. The bankers are not happy to see us wander in. Okay, so when we tried to build Square, we realized that the entire financial system, unbeknownst to us, had this invisible wall.
Yeah.
That walled off all of my buddies. So when we tried to build a system to enable normal people to get paid, we broke 17 laws. That's how it stared. I don't know if the camera's on. We may have talked about that before. The camera was on.
I think the camera was not on.
Well, the camera was on. So before, it's always when the best stuff happens. We were talking about how many laws we broke at Square with our first product. We got the product built in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It took us a year and a half to get legal. And in some cases, we had to have laws changed in order to make it possible.
Wow.
So because we couldn't copy, Square was forced to invent all sorts of new stuff. Just like a bunch of other companies, throughout history, which I study in the book, who had this amazing phenomenon where, because they couldn't copy, they were forced to innovate. And when you innovate, there is a totally different rule set. And this is the thing. This is why I love people like Sarah Fryer. The rules that Sarah follows are rules of known business. They're execution. She knows how to build it. She knows how to make it better. She knows how to IP. She runs this thing, okay? In the world of invention, there's sort of a different set of rules that we don't even talk about in the English language because we don't even have a word to describe a person in business who is doing something differently.
Yeah.
Like the word entrepreneur used to have that definition 150 years ago. That definition has now morphed to anyone who starts a business is an entrepreneur. Start a coffee shop, you're an entrepreneur. But I've seen other coffee shops, okay? There's a model for a coffee shop. There's a trade show where you can go to and learn how to build a coffee shop, right? And if you don't know how to do it, you could hire somebody else from somebody else's coffee shop and they'll come in and tell you. try to build something that hasn't been done before, and there is no trade show, there are no experts, and you're forced to innovate.
Well, Nirav, you did it as well with your business, and really, I think it was driven by finding out that very few Americans knew their neighbors, their neighborhoods as well. So was that the trigger for you?
Yeah, and look, necessity is the mother of invention. I mean, that's essentially what he's saying, right? And as the true definition of the word entrepreneur, if you have no choice, you will do what you have to do to survive, or you'll die.
Yeah.
Which is what most companies do. They die, right? And so the origin story of Nextdoor is interesting for a couple of reasons. One is we were in the midst of working on my second company that I founded, and it was failing. And so in terms of thinking about, all right, what are we going to do to innovate around this? We innovated so extremely that we changed the business itself into something different that became Nextdoor. The other thing we looked at the time...
What was it before?
It was a company that was completely unrelated. It was called Fanbase, which was a user-generated content site that was trying to take on ESPN. We were trying to build a fan-centric version of ESPN, the sports network, and it was not working. It was failing, and so we changed completely. But there was Facebook, you know, to the point about Amazon, Facebook already existed. Facebook already had unchecked virality. Facebook was already well on its way to 1 billion plus users. And so we were forced to do something different. If we had not done something different, we would not have survived. We weren't building another Facebook. We had to look at something that was completely different, that would force us to do completely different things. For example, Nextdoor was founded on this principle of verified addresses and real names, which seems sort of passé now, but 10 years ago, this was a completely novel thing, and people told us, well, how are you going to verify everyone's name and address? That's a crazy idea. That makes no sense. And it didn't make any sense, and it was a crazy idea, but it's what we were forced to do, and if we wouldn't have done it, the company never would have gotten off the ground.
And taking it back a step, I mean, you touched on it earlier, away from the company and back to the personal. Both of you mentioned that having a child changed your lives, changed your decision-making. How do you think about that? How did that happen? Many of our clients, entrepreneurs themselves, this is the biggest challenge they face. Bigger than founding their business is, how do I instill a sense of grit and determination and purpose, should you wish to do that, in your children, and basically keep them normal? So
we had a second child so we could run A/B testing. And look, I don't know. I've met a lot of really messed up kids who grew up wealthy, and I'm terrified that my kids can Google, you know, the family net worth. And I've told them that they aren't getting it. And my wife is right now giving away all our money, and that's our plan. Like, all of it. Screw it. And by the way, I don't give away any of it. Talk to my wife. But no, seriously.
This guy wants to be mobbed at the end of this
No,
thing, right?
I'm not. It's all up for grabs, and Anna's in control. So good luck finding her. She doesn't have any.
I've heard there are many universities with your name.
She has an unpronounceable last name. Good luck finding her. But here's the thing. It's a very serious question, but the problem is, you know, there are different parenting theories. There are different parenting environments. Do your best. You see if you're right in 20 years, you know? So I think the best that I can do is, you know, try to be present. That seems to correlate with, you know, good parenting. And so don't work all the time. But also work, because I think, you know, one of the things about being in the position where you don't actually have to go work for a living is that it's easy to sort of indulge in just fun stuff, you know, and you can do that. That's good, but I think it's also important to at least have somewhat of a culture of work in the family. And I don't know if that's good, but it seems to correlate with like people who like the most interesting person to me is somebody who was raised really wealthy and is not just a total dickwad. Right. That's my.
We're going to get censored on YouTube now.
So.
First time ever on YouTube, and we're going to be taken off. But that's good. It was a good comment anyway.
There's a better way to say it. But
what's the word?
Jerk.
Jerk.
A jerk. Someone who isn't a jerk.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like.
And Nirav, I'm sorry, we're running low on time. Nirav, your thoughts as well? Does that correlate?
You know, I agree. I'll go back to what you said, which is, you know, having a kid when you're running a company. I mean, your company, to some extent, is your kid. And so what I found was being present, which I felt was absolutely critical
Yes.
about being a good parent, was difficult for me to do when I was running a company.
Yeah.
And it was a lot easier when I wasn't. At the same time, what Jim said is absolutely true. When I woke up this morning and left, we were in Florence, Italy, and flew here for the conference, my kids said, "Daddy, do you really have to go?" And I said, "Yeah, Daddy's got to go work." And they looked at me and said, "Well, Daddy doesn't work." I said, "Well, yes, Daddy does work, as a matter of fact. And before you were born, Daddy only worked, right?" But it's really important because you want to teach them not only with what you say,
Yeah.
but with what you do.
Yeah.
And the number one piece of advice I got was the one that Jim shared, which is you have to be around your kids. And yes, you'll tell them to do this and you'll tell them to do that, but ultimately you have to show them, and you have to show them with your own actions
Yeah.
that aren't contrived,
Yeah.
right? It's
Authentic-
got to be natural
Yeah.
and authentic.
Excellent. I'm getting signs from behind the camera that we're running out of time, so thank you both, Jim, Nirav. Really, really interesting talk, and thank you all for being here again.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
You were awesome.
Excellent.
Dick was. You were awesome. And it's great to meet you. I know.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to FT's Tectonic podcast. We're live from Founders Forum in sunny Oxfordshire today, and I've got with me three of the most fascinating people in quantum who are going to talk to us. So I've got right here next to me Steve Brierley, CEO of Riverlane. We've got Ilana Wisby, who's the CEO of Oxford Quantum Circuits, and we've got Herman Hauser, who's the co-founder of the VC firm Amadeus Capital, among other things. I'm Madhumita Murgia, the AI editor at the Financial Times.
I'm John Thornhill, the innovation editor. And Madhu and I have just concluded a 6-part podcast series on Tectonic about quantum computing. And so we thought we'd pick out some of the themes that we were discussing in that series and fire them at our guests today. So Steve, I'm going to start with you. One of the things that we discovered in going around and talking to people about quantum computing was that there's a huge amount of excitement in this field. But the dirty secret of the industry at the moment is that they don't actually work really very well at the moment. And so, with the computers maybe have kind of 430 qubits or so on, and everyone was telling us that you need 1 million qubits to do something really significant. Ilana's shaking her head already.
Very angry.
Can you tell us, how quickly do you think we will get to a robust quantum computer, and what are the challenges that we face in getting there?
Yeah, I think it's worth starting by saying that building a large, reliable quantum computer is one of the biggest challenges that humanity has taken on. The ability to harness the properties of nature, of atoms, transforms how we can understand nature itself, transforms how new products could be built in industries like in healthcare or in addressing climate change. Quantum computers will be used as a tool to design on a computer when previously and currently the best methods are to experiment in a laboratory. So when I founded Riverlane 7 years ago, many people in the field thought this was impossible. A large-scale, reliable quantum computer could never be built. At the time, I thought they were wrong. And the reason is that I think what Moore's law teaches us is that if you improve every 12, 18 months consistently, year on year, this compounds in a way that makes the thing you build after a decade look like magic. Right? The phones we have today, it appears to be magical. And the same is happening in quantum computing. So as you said, like the best quantum computers in the world have hundreds of qubits. And indeed, the number of operations we can do before failure is on the order of 100 quantum operations, or QOPs. And to do something really impactful, we need to get to 1 trillion QOPs. So I think there are two major challenges to do that. The first is to increase scale. So we need bigger systems. We need more qubits, so to go from hundreds to hundreds of thousands, and then ultimately millions. And the second is to improve the reliability of the system, the components, and then process and correct errors as the computer is running.
And that's what you're doing at Riverlane. Could you just briefly explain to us how you're trying to tackle this problem?
Yes, that's right. So our part at Riverlane in this problem is to process the data as it comes out of the quantum computer. At a teraquop, at 1 trillion quantum operations, we're talking about 100 terabytes per second. So just to give people a sense of that, that's Netflix global streaming. So we need to be able to process this in real time so that we can correct errors as the computation is running. So today we have small demonstrations of this, and every 12 to 18 months we intend to 10x the size of the system. So essentially increase the scale of the problem that we can solve so that by the end of the decade we can get to a teraquop quantum computer.
Ilana, one of the things we explored in our series was, why do we need these machines? Why are we putting all this money and effort and all of our scientific sort of news into it? Mm-hmm. What's the excitement about? Your company has said that we're on the brink of an incredibly lucrative shift. What are the applications? How are we going to make money off of it?
Yeah, I think what Steve started touching on there about how fundamental this is, and how this really is transformative. We're thinking about being able to harness the underlying quantum mechanics that exists around us of nature, and apply that to solving problems that are fundamentally intractable, right? It's hugely transformative across pretty much every single market vertical out there. It's like solving the problem of problem solving itself. And the customers that we have on our working live systems that are in data centers accessible by our customers today, right? They are running optimization problems. They're looking at small-scale molecular simulations on how they're creating potentially new batteries, new pharmaceutical. We're working with finance. They're doing risk optimization. They're looking at creative portfolio analysis. We're working with automotive on how they'll be able to better simulate. These are all live. Of course, we do need full fault-tolerant quantum computation. That's the path that we need to head towards. But I don't believe that's 1 million qubits. There is business impact significantly before them. It's a commercial sector that is thriving in a market that is rapidly growing today. And I think we need to be a little careful about not getting lost in the noise of we do need to build 1 million qubits and we do need to reduce our errors. But there is impact already, and customers do need to make sure that they're getting quantum ready, and the market needs to be quantum ready, which they'll only do by engaging with the hardware, with developing the algorithms. And then I think in the next 3 to 5 years, and I think there was even the paper you'll have seen, Jay Gambetta from IBM that was collaborative with other universities in the US, which is moving more towards quantum advantage, right? And that's going to be a transition that we're going to start to see, where you do have this business impact in the next few years. And then ultimately, the quantum future is seamless, fault-tolerant. Every time you are running an existing, your Excel, right? Every time you open your laptop, you're interacting with a data center, with a full stack, with error correction, with all these different things. We have no idea what's going on. And there's a huge industry, there's partnerships, there's collaborators, there's competitors. And that's the quantum future, is that you've got your quantum processor, your classical processor, and you don't even really need to know that it's a quantum computer at the back end. But we have solved currently really challenging problems. And that's an opportunity of a lifetime to be involved in creating this industry together. And I think that's phenomenal.
Could I just follow up to ask, when we do get to a fault-tolerant million qubit dream world quantum computer, what problems can we solve that we can't solve today? How are we going to go beyond making today's problems?
So first of all, I'd say it's probably realistically, with the right error correction schemes, we can bring that million down to 10,000. And that's from our back-end work and our projections for what hopefully we'll collaborate on some error correction schemes will look like. These types of problems, can you imagine a world where we've been able to create new drugs and take that 10-year life pipeline down to simply taking it from the wet lab into a computational space, and you can start to think about how you could then apply different machine learning type algorithms to this. There's really a plethora. I mean, every single challenge that we currently face that's either limited by data or limited by an understanding of the world around us, like quantum mechanical world around us, these are all the type of problems that you can solve, and that's across pharma materials discovery, really understanding energy band gaps for the first time. So you can use it to understand physics and then the impact of that physics that will apply, but also from a data perspective. I mean, the Netflix problem is not a high impact problem, but it's one that generally people understand more, and that's how can I start to optimize my data and solve multivariable complex problems. You can apply that to any type of optimization through automotive. And we're thinking about 10, 15 years, we've got an increasingly connected world with more and more sensors, more and more data, more and more processing requirements that right now we won't be able to solve, or it'll be very energy intensive to solve as well. And quantum also has a role to play in that in terms of reducing the energy intensity of these types of problems that you'd be able to solve as well.
Herman, I'd like to ask you about the investment case for quantum. Lots of VCs at the moment are getting wildly excited about generative AI. You are investing heavily in quantum. Can you tell us why?
Well, quantum computing is one of those very fundamental step changes in computing. Having had the pleasure of contributing to the classical computing stack quite a few years ago, there are some analogies of course, you need physical hardware, you need silicon or whatever, and then you go up the stack with through the error correction problem. And some of these things are analogous to the classical computing stack, and some are really quite different. And error correction is a classic example. Looking with hindsight, we've got error correction on all our computers. Of course, memories are faulty. There are lots of errors in your memory in your mobile phone. But we correct them with error correction schemes that, looking back, almost seem trivial compared with the problem that we have with error correction that Stephen is working on at Riverlane. It's a mega problem in quantum computing because the qubits are so fickle. If you look at the reliability of a qubit and compare it with the reliability of a bit in classical computing, it's really many orders of magnitudes worse, and you've got to fix that. But the reason why the investment case is so exciting is that when you have bits and you increase the number of bits, the performance of a classical computer scales linearly with the number of bits. A quantum computer scales exponentially with the number of qubits. So the actual compute power that you will finally reap from a quantum computer is exponentially higher than that of classics. And as Ilana said, it will be able to solve many problems, and actually many of the most interesting problems that classical computers cannot solve at all. So it will be a big market.
And from an investment perspective, are you investing more in the hardware or the software?
In the whole stack, really. I've got a number of investments on the hardware side. Steph is here from Photonic in Vancouver. I've invested in a number of software companies. And then there is one company in the world that's actually an architecture company, and that's Parity QC here in the front row with Wolfgang and Magdalena, that's hoping to become the arm of the quantum computer field, because Wolfgang found an architectural advantage of moving from the qubit space, which are these very fickle things, to the parity space, which is just a little bit up. But these parity bits are just this very much less fickle, so that you can build great advantages with it, in particular the parallelization. Stephen talked about the teraquops that we need. Well, it depends a lot on how many quantum computations you can do in parallel. And one of the things that Parity QC solves is this parallelization problem.
As you were saying earlier, you were involved in kind of building ARM in the classical computing world. Can you make more comparisons between how that classical computing era kind of took off and where we are now in quantum?
So one of the great excitements for somebody like me who lived through the classical computing stack was we started in a world where IBM took the sand off the beaches, produced the chips, put it on circuit boards, created the operating system, invented the languages, wrote the software for it, delivered the computer, serviced it, and then at the end of the day took it away from you again. So it was a completely vertically integrated stack. And the interesting development in classical computing was that these interfaces appeared first at the ingot, that IBM didn't have to produce the pieces of silicon, but there were other companies that did that. Then there was a slot for operating systems, and Microsoft became a very important company. And then there were software companies on top of it. The exciting thing about quantum computing is that these interfaces haven't crystallized out yet. So it's not clear yet where these interfaces will appear. I think everybody believes that error correction is going to be one of those interface problems where you would like to have an interface both below and above. And what I've learned over many years of making venture investments is companies have a reason to exist if there is a clear interface at the bottom and a clear interface at the top. So a clear interface towards their suppliers and a clear interface towards their customers. And if you can define that interface, then you have a business.
We talked, you talked, Ilana, earlier, you touched on hybrid situation, right? Where, and we also mentioned this briefly in our podcast, but we couldn't get into it too much, where you have both the quantum and the classical computing working together in the interim period before we scale up. Maybe Steve, you can jump in here and talk about what are the use cases, you know, now for a sort of hybrid model of quantum and classical computers.
Yeah, so I think of quantum computing and as being always hybrid. You know, we are not quantum mechanical beings, we're classical, and so we need to interact with the quantum computer at some classical sense. So parts of the problem are always going to be better suited to the quantum computer and some parts to a classical computer. So we're not going to use quantum computers to send email, but we will use them to model some of the really complex, hard parts of a system. And so there are lots of ways that people are developing to make that work. So-called embedding methods, where you sort of model a system at different length scales, and you put the really molecular modeling on the quantum computer and the kind of higher length scales on a traditional HPC. I think, as Herman was saying, like the industry hasn't yet figured out how best to integrate that, and I really like the work that Ilana's doing, kind of working with HPC or data centers to start making that happen already.
Do you want to talk to us a little bit about what you are doing?
Yeah, definitely. So we certainly see that the future is going to be hybrid. We need to be able to have CPUs, QPUs, all interacting at the same time, QPUs being our new quantum processing unit, right? And the users to be able to interchangeably interact between those types of units at super low latency, so you can perform these type of hybrid algorithms. So with that in mind, OQC is building production-ready systems, right? We need to be able to test these systems in real-world environments and build the infrastructure, and ideally for a customer that needs to be seamless. So if you're a customer and you decide that you want to try and test one of these hybrid algorithms, and you go to your chief information officer and you say, hey, I want to provide all of my customers' private data and give it to this little quantum computing company out of their lab in Oxford, they're probably going to say no. But if you're able to say, hey, we can simply add our QPU to our existing data infrastructure, and then also be able to have super low latency between our existing classical compute modules and our quantum compute modules, that's a compelling business case. And this is exactly what we're doing. So at OQC, we've deployed our next generation systems into the world's leading infrastructure, and that is partnershiped with Equinix. And we have our next generation system, Toshiko. All of our systems are named after pioneering women in STEM. And Toshiko is in Tokyo, in a leading data center, which has got 12,000 plus large corporate customers with huge data processing needs. And from a point in the very near future, it's going to be announced very shortly when Toshiko comes online, you'll be able to simply add a QPU to your existing services. So that's one route, is to make sure you can have seamless access, low latency. We've already become a magnet customer, so we've seen quantum software companies, but also existing users from our POCs buy racks right next to Toshiko, so you can get the super low latency, direct interconnect, secure access, which is phenomenal. The second thing that we're doing, as Steve mentioned, is integrating with high performance compute. So the future of compute will be classical quantum data centers, but high performance compute centers as well. And we are deploying a different system, next generation, again, 32 qubits, into Sesca, which is in Galicia in Spain, partnered with Fujitsu, which is a phenomenal example of both competition and cooperation, and they're providing the quantum emulation piece. We're providing the hardware so that the academics at the supercompute center will be able to interact and, again, do this high-performance compute classical quantum integration there as well. So they're just two examples of what we're doing.
I'm very interested in who's going to win, as it were, the quantum race. I think we have a bit of a stacked panel here, but is it going to be more the kind of big tech companies who can afford to plow billions of dollars into this development, or is it going to be the startups who see a real kind of niche advantage in a particular area and can build on that? So Herman, what do you think?
I think the race is wide open, both in terms of which of the considerable number of technologies, be it superconducting, ion traps, neutral atoms, photonic, and silicon-based electron spins, will win. and these are all very good horses in the race. And then where the really innovative companies like Ilona's with university teams that clearly are on the top of their intellectual game will be able to raise enough money to be real competitors with Google and IBM, or whether the sheer weight of money of large companies will win out. And history has examples of both. Mm-hmm. So it is not knowable at the moment.
Ilana or Steve, do you want to make the case for the startups?
Yeah, I think every major shift in technology, whether that's the internet created companies like Google or mobile networks that created essentially ARM and Qualcomm, like all of these companies were startups at one point, and you had a big shift in technology. Quantum is as big as those shifts, so I see every opportunity to create the next trillion-dollar company.
Mm. If I can add, there won't be one winner. We talk about this, as if there's a one-horse winner. There's not. There's going to be multiple. If we look at the existing classical compute, you have different supercomputers, compute infrastructures. It's a very rich and dense ecosystem, and I see that as the future for quantum as well. Obviously, I'm massively biased, and I certainly think I wouldn't be committing my life to this if I didn't think that first it was going to be used for incredible good, but second that there was a chance that we are certainly deeply competitive and we are going to win. I'm very confident within that. But I think actually Vivek, the CTO of Fujitsu, said yesterday, he thinks it's the smaller companies that have the advantage here. Yes, you have IBM and Google with significant amounts of money, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a done deal. And right now, a lot of the challenges that we need to focus on, you can build large systems, right? You can say, I want to build a 1,000-qubit system. You're just wasting money. You're not getting any more performance out of that larger system. We need to iterate on smaller systems, optimize the performance, work on error correction. If you had, and the world's most powerful quantum computers out there today are the 21, 30-qubit systems. They're not the hundreds of qubit systems that exist. You're adding cost, not performance.
So, go ahead.
I can just add one argument in favor of the smaller companies and the diversity that Ilana mentioned. If you just look back at, again, classical computing, the reason why classical computing managed to support such great variety of different companies was just the sheer size of the problem space that classical computing managed to address. And here we've got the most amazing expansion of problems that will be amenable to quantum computers. So this is potentially going to be a very large market. And small companies are traditionally much more agile to adopt the right solution for a particular problem than large companies. So my hope is on small companies. That's what I'm backing, because it's difficult to back Google now.
Speaking of backing companies, what's the role of government here in terms of supporting, whether big or small, supporting actually the development of the technology itself? Whoever, any of you can jump into that. And then the second part of that is kind of, where does the UK sit globally? Are we in a position to provide that support and to drive forward the technology from here? So
I think the answer is simple. Government should buy stuff, early prototypes. This is exactly why Silicon Valley is in Silicon Valley, is because NASA was buying the early prototypes of integrated circuits. So we know this works. The UK is taking on the US, Germany. There are lots of big countries that are making large investments. China has a completely different model, so a kind of state-owned, effectively, model, and investing huge amounts of money in quantum computers. So I think where the UK can win is by being smart at where it spends its money. The UK has an advantage because it started earlier. So 2013, there was a £1 billion investment in quantum technologies, and you're seeing the benefits of that now. I mean, that's why there are so many great quantum companies in the UK. But the UK has other advantages. So it's great at photonics, it's great at semiconductors, or chip design, because of companies like ARM. And so I think we can leverage that and, for example, build the chips that power quantum computers.
Ilana, any thoughts on what governments should be doing?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly
or less of?
echo what Steve says here in that government as a customer, I think, is a fantastic way to create that market pull. Ideally, the ecosystems will thrive if you make sure that you have got the healthy government market pull, and that's what we need. And government can support that, sorry. So if you have government procurement alongside private investment, both through VC but also through customer investment, that's going to drive the innovation. That's going to make sure as a delivery focus, we partner with the right people to deliver on that service. And that's what the UK government are doing a really fantastic job of as well. So we see procurement both through both through government vehicles with government as a customer. We have many contracts in that way, but also we see government playing a role as an investor as well. So we have funding through the Breakthrough Fund, which again is a fantastic example of government investing into this type of technology through different mechanisms. And yeah, they were pioneering in the early scheme of pushing with the quantum program in 2013 out from academia. And I think they've been quite pioneering. It's a model that's being replicated around the world as well with the pull.
We'll let Herman have the last word here to wrap up what we need most in this moment to drive forward.
Well, I've been lobbying for government procurement for 20 years, and it's very nice to see that at least in quantum it's actually doing it. The $2.5 billion that the UK has committed to the quantum industry is very welcome, and we need this innovative procurement not just for quantum, but really across the tech sector. But I'm afraid I've got to end on a bit of a scary story about government spending. A recent McKinsey report has shown that the world's governments are going to spend 30 billion on quantum computing, and 15 billion is spent by China. So out of the total world spend, half of it is spent by China. So we really have got to get our skates on.
All right, we must wind it up there. I think it's proof that this is an incredibly interesting field at the moment. It's not all about generative AI at the moment, although you might not discover that from all the other tents in this session. But enormous thanks to Steve and Ilana and Herman for a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The creator economy. I am joined by some amazing founders and creators. So thank you very much, guys, for joining me. And Jordan, I'd like to start with you a little bit, because for all of you, I want to get into how this journey began for you.
Yeah, so hi everyone, I'm Jordan. I'm co-founder of Arcade Media. My story sort of begins with Arcade about 2 and a bit years ago. I was at YMU before being at Arcade. I was the chief creative officer, and I kind of had this real inclination that, in the sense that naturally creators are, of course, the future. We had that at YMU. We were bringing in more and more creators, but for those right at the top, they needed a more in-depth management solution that was more like family office style, rather than being transactional management or management that's spread across too many clients. And I felt that, you know, for the Sidemen, when I ended up meeting them through my 2 other co-founders, Aaron and Sam. Aaron worked at YME with me, and then Sam is kind of the YouTuber accountant. He's been basically the accountant for every big YouTuber you could imagine, or many in the UK, for the last sort of 10 years at Carpenter Box. He looked after the Sidemen for a number of years, and we came together because for them especially, for those who don't know, the Sidemen are the biggest creators in Europe, 244 million followers across all their channels. It's the classic thing, if you don't know who they are, ask your kids, they'll more than likely know. And the opportunity arose where we said, boys, you've been doing incredible in terms of building your brand, galvanizing an audience like no other really, where, you know, any country they go to really in Europe, across the world, they get mobbed in the streets. But yet they hadn't built IP, they hadn't built sort of brands around them that could outlive them. What happens when they want to start their families? What happens when they want to, you know, change their course strategically? Have they built the insurance plan for that in terms of businesses that can ultimately become bigger than the Sidemen as a whole? So that was the proposition to them really. It was management that was 100% focused on them, so completely one-to-one, or us 3 and then them, us becoming almost the 8th member. And us being focused on kind of driving forward those brands and businesses. So yeah, we set that up 2 years ago. In that time, we've launched a fried chicken brand called Sides, which is rolled out to, I think, 4, should be about 10 by the end of this year, brick and mortar locations. Its peak in terms of ghost kitchens, although we've rolled those back, was about 50 to 100. I think about 100 actually in terms of global ghost kitchens. XX Vodka, which is our vodka brand. Side Plus, our membership club. Side Cards, our trading cards brand. We're looking to launch a number of other things as well that I can't quite talk about yet. But yeah, very exciting, and that's been our journey for the last 2 years.
Okay, there's a lot I want to get into there, but before we do, so Lucy, you created an amazing online community and platform through YouTube, and I want to start with, we talked about it a bit last night when you said that you noticed that there was a bit of a gap in the market for educational teaching and online. Was it an intentional thing when you started it, that you knew you wanted to make it into a business, or did you just kind of start because you loved it?
Yeah, so I started an online English channel on YouTube about 7 years ago, and I started it as a bit of an experiment, but I always thought it could go somewhere, because I noticed that there wasn't enough kind of people teaching English and noticing the connection, that one-on-one connection between the camera and that being someone in their room with their phone right here. Most of the teachers there were talking to the lens as if it were a classroom of students. And I was watching creators like Zoella, people literally in their bedrooms filming, and I wanted to merge the two. And then, yeah, I was stuck in the phase of just taking on sponsorships, ad revenue, being a lone creator, sometimes with a few contractors. But now we've built a team and we run an online course business as well, which is really exciting.
Fantastic. And Joe, nice to have you on.
Yeah, so obviously Body Coach is my sort of original personal trainer. I was just a trainer in a local park in Surrey. I used to try and get people down the park. You know, I'd go there with my little kettlebells and punching pads, and my dream was to become a really busy trainer in a small little town in Richmond, you know, in Surbiton. And when kind of Instagram opened up video in 2013, 2014, I saw this opportunity. I was like, it's a 15-second video. And I had this idea for a video recipe called Lean in 15, right? Do you remember that, Lean in 15?
Of course. I love those, yes.
I was just literally 15 seconds and was just shouting out all the ingredients, a bit crazy, a bit wacky, just to kind of, I just loved it. I didn't really have a vision of what I was building, but I just really enjoyed sharing a recipe and knowing that someone on their way home from work was sort of buying those ingredients and making that recipe. So that was kind of where the love for food and that sort of content started. And then obviously YouTube I started in 2009. I had my camera on a tripod on my little like terrace in Surbiton, and I filmed my first workout. And you know, I thought, what a great way to share my love for fitness as well to the world. So that obviously took a long time to build, and it culminated with PE with Joe in lockdown with the live stream workouts. Did anyone do a PE with Joe workout? Yeah, I've met a lot of people that did it with their children, and that was a live stream, you know, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. And over that 18 weeks, 100 million people watched and took part. And that's like my proudest achievement. So yeah,
you're
I'm
like
really
the hero of lockdown, but it's like every overnight success is 7 years in the making, as they say. So, and for all of you guys, it sounds like you started at the sort of infancy of these platforms. How important has that been in establishing your brands?
Yeah, I mean, I think for what we're doing now, it's been absolutely integral to understand the sort of life cycle of some of these platforms and then to plan accordingly. I think, you know, when Facebook was so dominant and it seemed that that was the whole world of social on its own, when I was at Lab Bible, for example, and that was the whole business model was running on Facebook, then obviously Instagram comes, there isn't monetization in the same way. Obviously YouTube going through its changes. I think to be at the infancy of these platforms when they start, and obviously now TikTok, it gives you a foresight because they all follow a similar pattern. And I think if you can know that pattern, it really helps to then plan and build for when they inevitably come to their decline or their sort of handover to a new platform or new sort of style of consumption. And I think the people, you know, like you guys are amazing testament to that. The creators who are the best are the ones who are able to constantly adapt and to not be fixed to one platform as their kind of sole thing, because how can that be a long-term endeavor, really? You know?
Would you say that there's a formula behind what you guys have created? Because it seems like you're all very authentic, and that's why your audiences resonate with you, and that's why you've built these online communities. But is there more of a strategy in place, and is the consistency in delivering content really crucial to maintaining those communities?
For me personally, I think, you know, the reason my audience grew and continues to grow is because I'm so focused on the simple task of, can I really get someone to exercise and move their body and feel good and feel energized and happy? And same with the food, you know, can I inspire someone just to try something new and cook a recipe that helps them and their children feel healthier today? And so, because I'm really focused on that, and I've been so driven by that kind of North Star, if you like, that all of the success with business, book deals, DVDs, it all came to me. I didn't chase any of those opportunities down. I had 50,000 followers when, you know, Pan Macmillan came to me and said, do you want to do a book deal? And you know, I was like, yeah, why not? Give it a go. And the same with, you know, BBC said, do you want to do a DVD? Because I was doing well on YouTube, and I just sort of took these opportunities as they came. But I think it's integral to be authentic and passionate, and, you know, that's why you stand out, right? You know, and the mission really is, like, simple. And for you, you know, you probably get a real buzz helping someone go on that journey and become confident in speaking a language. I think most successful people online have that real passion for helping people in some way, whether it's make them laugh, make them feel good, make them feel, you know, confident. And I think, yeah, you've just got to never lose sight of that simple goal.
Which is the why behind it.
The why, yeah, and the reason, the purpose, yeah.
And Lucy, for you, what has the shift been like from going from a creator, putting out a lot of free content, to then paid content? And I know that's something that, you know, you all share. Has that been a difficult transition?
It was daunting at first, but I was promoting a lot of other people's products. So I was doing all these sponsorship deals for other language tutoring companies. And I just got to the point where I almost didn't feel comfortable with some of the ways the businesses worked, and I wanted to do it in the right way and build the lessons in the way I wanted to. So I joined forces with my husband, and we built a team and decided to take it really, really seriously. And in the past 18 months, we've developed our course programs, and I can say that I feel truly proud of them rather than feeling a bit iffy about a sponsorship.
Because there seems to be another through line with all of you guys in terms of working with either very close friends, husband, brother. What has it been like building a team around a personal brand and working with family or friends?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, it's been so key to everything we're doing, having a kind of co-founding team, if you will, who, you know, because we know each other well, and we've come to, I mean, to be fair, Sam, we didn't even met until we started the business. It was all just kind of the end of lockdown where everything was on like Zoom and stuff. So we didn't even fully meet in person until we'd like 2 months into doing what we were doing, which is interesting because he lives out in Brighton. But myself and Aaron, we've been talking about doing something together for like almost a year at that point. He'd gone off to manage some TikTokers at the start when TikTok had just kind of exploded. And I always sort of stay close to him. And I think that has been so key because we know we've worked with each other for enough time. We know our flaws, our weaknesses. We're able to balance those out. And I think the key for us really has just been leaving like egos at the door and always trying to find like the right solution, not just what we think is the best as an individual. And then, yeah, in terms of building a team around that, it's, again, I think you said really well about having that North Star. Like once you know what you're searching for and what that kind of end goal is, is, then it's building the right people around the team to kind of hit that North Star. There's a clarity in terms of hiring, which I think gives everyone a sense of purpose, which is really important. So I think that, combined with working with people that you know well and you can trust and you can leave your egos at the door with, has been the kind of glue which has helped us along the way, definitely.
And Lucy, what about you working with your husband?
It's amazing. I mean, my husband was a farmer before he worked with me, and I was technically a farmer's wife. So family businesses run in his DNA. So it was amazing to see all these transferable skills from farming, the kind of communication. You have to communicate really clearly. You have to have a clear vision. It has been interesting because I went in as a creator, simply making content, and then it transformed into being a boss and managing people, and that's a muscle that I've had to exercise.
It's a difficult transition. And Joe, what about you working with your brother?
Yeah, so there he is, Nick. He's crying. He's emotional today. Look, no, he's got hay fever's got him. So proud of me. He's crying his eyes out. Yeah, look, it comes down to trust. He's been my protector, my guardian since we were, little kids living in a quite difficult home life, and I trust him. I love him, and we've got this shared vision, this long-term vision, and we want to build a brand and a legacy. We don't take the short-term, partnership stuff. We really work long-term. We think, what can we build? Can we build a brand that survives beyond us? Will people be still talking about the body coach and using that as a solution to get fit and healthy in years to come? So we're really aligned. We argue a lot, but we always get to the same conclusion. I think it's important to have that balance where you're not always talking about work. You have time as a brother, and we go out partying and we have dinners together and we spend time as a family. You can't just be grinding away at work the whole time, because your relationship can suffer. You've got to get that balance right. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be doing it with anyone else. We went and collected the MBE together at Windsor Castle with Princess Anne, and I said, we're here together because we did this together. So I love working with my brother. Yeah, it's worked out well.
And obviously the creator economy has disrupted traditional forms of media. From your experience being at a company like YMU, which is quite traditional, quite corporate in the way that it manages talent, what was the reason behind making that shift from going from that sort of space to creating, co-founding your own company? And how do you think that's going to look in the future for creators?
Yeah, so I mean, I love YMU. I was there for 4 years and was there from when it was, I would say, a lot more traditional as James Grant, very much like TV and ITV and James Grant sort of went hand in hand. And my role was to go in there and sort of future-proof it and do the same thing that I'm doing now, but for all the clients of YMU or James Grant at the time, helping with their acquisitions, like the growth to kind of become this group. And I think there are pros and cons to that approach, right? One is, of course, with scale, you get breadth in terms of capital, opportunities to invest in talent. You get amazing talent join you as a roster. But I think for me, it was really the thing that whereby, with the Sidemen especially, that opportunity with a brand that's that big, we couldn't be distracted, and I was so clear in my head, and both Aaron and Sam were as well, that what they have is once in a generation in terms of that reach, that engagement, that depth of kind of connection with their audience. That if we went deeper rather than broad and tried to go horizontally, then I think we would get a better outcome. That was always our ethos, and also just having that creative focus. I feel like in my role as Chief Creative Officer when I was at YMU, it was amazing, but there were so many different hats to wear, so many different people to work with, and I wanted that focus and that clarity of this is the one thing we're doing, but within that there's 20, 30, 40 things that we can do. So that was the jump for me.
And for you two, starting out as talent essentially, what has that experience been like for you on the other side of keeping sort of that autonomy, working with family versus the more traditional agencies? What has that been like? I
worked with an agency for a while, and I had a really good experience. It was perfect for getting brand deals and things like that. But it got to a stage where I just wanted more autonomy. It's funny because when I started the YouTube channel, I already felt that it was too late. I thought, I've missed the boat. All the big YouTubers have already been, and they're massive. I just think there's so much opportunity for people.
Still now?
Yeah, still now. And you might feel that you're arriving to a platform late. Maybe you're just arriving to the wrong platform. There are so many others.
I kind of want to get into that because, we've established that you guys were in these, platforms at their infancy. For people that are starting out or creators that are relatively small in comparison, what is your advice in the current landscape where there is just so much content and it's incredibly saturated? How do you kind of pierce through that?
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I remember speaking to another trainer in the UK. He's done quite well on Instagram and he's definitely got a successful business, but I remember him saying, it's too late, you smashed YouTube, there's no point me doing it. And I remember thinking, it's just not true. It's the same with podcasts. You should have jumped on podcasts earlier, but the appetite now for podcasts is bigger than ever, right? I pay for Wondery Plus, like I love it. I'm always looking for new shows, so it's never too late. And I think you just have to go in with that same thing. Like, you know, it's not about going online to build a community to sell stuff to them. If that's the only goal, it might not work. It's probably going to fail. But if you go onto social media and digital platforms with a real ambition to help people in some way, do something good for the world, then opportunities come because it's a genuine love for what you do. And like, I was obsessed in the early days. I was on Twitter every day when Nicky used to say, put your phone down, can't you just enjoy the meal? And I'd be filming it and all that sort of stuff. And I had no idea what I was doing, but I just something was drawing me back to it, like the community and building it and seeing. And even now, like, I spend hours and hours every day sending voice notes to people that are going through difficult times physically and mentally, because I get it's really connected to my purpose. Like, I love the feedback. I love helping someone move and transform physically and mentally. So I think that's why I'm still here, right? If I didn't love it and I'd lost my passion for that, I would have stopped shooting the content and I would have said, you could go and get 5 trainers and let the body coach run without me. But I'm still very much attached to it. And it's difficult because we're personality-driven brands, and at some point, you will have to build a team around you that can take some of that content load. But it's never too late. You know, YouTube, the attention's on YouTube, it's on podcasts, it's on TikTok, it's on, you know, I still think Facebook and Instagram are still powerful platforms. I get so much, you know, when I do a pre-order on my books, Facebook is amazing for it. When I launch a new product, Facebook still boots off. Like, a lot of people think it's kind of dead, but it's just a different audience on there. But yeah, never give up. Always have a go at it. You know, try it out.
I guess also finding your niche, because even if you can harness and sort of galvanize a smallish community in comparison, you can then have multiple aspects to your brand that they'll be investing in and they'll be with you for the long term. Whereas I'd say perhaps the more traditional influencer route is quite saturated now.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's not even so much, I think, niche as it is about value, just providing like heavy amounts of value to people in whatever that thing might be. It might be that value proposition is quite niche and quite tight in its frame, but actually it might be that you provide value through entertainment or something that's a bit broader. I always think of a creator who I worked with when I was at YMU and brought him over. There was Minya Chihuahua, who, when he was, obviously making his content through lockdown, it's a complete variety and mix of different things. He doesn't, I think, have a niche per se, but he provides like clear value in his comedy and in his satire and in his speed to producing. That's his thing. He can do anything within making people laugh and beyond that, right? So I think it's about having a very clear value proposition, and again, that North Star. If you don't know what your purpose is, why you're making content, and why you're bringing something to people, then I think there's not much point. And that's the bit, I think, with all the creators I've worked with in the past and the more traditional talent, when people struggle, it's because they don't have that vision and that North Star.
And to kind of, on that, you spoke about how things quite organically came to you with the opportunities. From your perspective, have you gone out and actively found those partnerships and the brands that you've created with Sidemen? Has it been something that was difficult to kind of navigate in the early stages, or was it always very clear that that's what you wanted to do?
I think in a way it wrote itself. Both the ideas and the process we went through was we asked the boys to all vote on about 15 things which we thought if they wanted to do it, they could absolutely smash it. A number of those things, they kind of had ideas for, various puns with the word side, like sides for the food brand and so on. But we ended up asking them to vote, and they voted, ticked them all off. And from that point, we've not really deviated too much from that initial strategy. I think it's something that I was massive on at YMU, and I think YMU still are big on it, is strategy. We always had this idea where the minute the client comes in, the first job is to get that strategy down for the next 3 to 5 years. And obviously you change and you adapt, but if you get that strategy right, it shouldn't really deviate. I mean, the threads should be the same. The specifics may change, but we did that for the boys. And actually, from that moment on, once we had that mandate, it was super clear. We knew these were the things we were going to go after, whether it's launching an alcohol brand or food or whatever else. And then it's about how do we find the right people to come in to operate those brands, or partners to take them on with us. And I think because of the brand that they built and the numbers that sort of speak for themselves, it was an easy conversation with everyone we wanted to have that conversation with. And it all sort of worked out, I think, because again, we had that purpose, we had that focus and the clarity and the strategy to say, this is what we're going for, rather than being caught with every opportunity that came our way.
And Lucy, what about you in terms of having a strategy behind it, expanding the business, one that is also obviously very interlinked to who you are personally?
So I didn't have a strategy for the first few years. I was just thrilled to bits that the channel had taken off. I was making good money. And I think I felt a bit lost in my personal life as well. When I found clarity there, then I could focus, and then obviously I joined forces with my husband, which was amazing. And now we have a really clear vision of what we want to achieve. And I think the main thing is passion. So especially for anyone who wants to start a channel or a social media profile, if you go straight in, as Joe said, wanting to make money, people can smell that, and they can also smell desperation. They want to see that you're really enjoying what you're doing, you're providing a lot of value, and you're passionate about it. And that's what we try to inject into our business. And I wasn't passionate about sponsorships, but I am really passionate about my course business.
And how do you feel about the demand for content? Like, obviously you're all very established, but do you still feel that pressure to be constantly creating when there is so much demand out there?
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, I have like kind of ups and downs. I'm super motivated and I feel fantastic. I'm filming loads of workouts and I'm sharing recipes and the kids, and it's all like, and then I have times where I just sort of, I burn out a little bit and have to just take that break. And it's really important to get that balance where you see the burnout coming and you just say, like, you know what, have a day off, put your phone down. It's not the end of the world. Everyone's going to be there tomorrow. And I'm starting to have those sort of phone fasts where I'm just decompressing a little bit and just refocusing my energy a little bit. And then the next day I come back to film, I've got the energy again, because there's nothing worse than putting out a video when you're not in the right headspace.
Yeah.
You go, that was a bad video. I wasn't in it and my heart wasn't in it. And I think I'd rather not put that content out. So I think sometimes you've got to just allow yourself those breaks and slow down a little bit, take holidays, take vacations. Like, it's important to look after your mental health in the quest to become a successful entrepreneur or founder. You need to prioritise your physical mental health over everything, I think, to really have a long career.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And in terms of AI, because obviously that's disrupting a lot of industries now, where do you see that kind of affecting the creator economy if you do, and how do you see it as a positive and a negative?
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, the AI stuff for me is obviously great and amazing, but I feel like I don't want it to become NFTs 2.0 and get back into that. So there's a part of me which is like well, let's wait and see how it becomes, I guess, adapted by some of the bigger players like Google, etc., whereby it becomes really integrated. I think Adobe have done amazing things with Photoshop and so on, which is just enhancing and making the process for creativity and for our designers, for example, our thumbnail artists. You know, Midjourney's been amazing for some of that work. Dolly as well. There's been some great platforms out there that have, I think, helped the sort of more technical creatives, but I think it's still never going to be a substitute for the creativity itself, and that's where you need to, again, have that clarity of purpose, that clear creative vision to be able to use these tools well, rather than, I think, relying on them or turning the process into too much of a sort of programmed operation. I think there still needs to be that kind of creativity, and that's what hopefully we've been trying to do with our team, and is having these tools obviously there where relevant, but not saying, right, we need to now turn everything into one big kind of programmed operation, which I think we've found a balance for at the minute.
I mean, I'm really excited about AI. I think it's just an amazing time to be in the space, but I think it's also more important than ever to be a visibly imperfect human, because you've got all of this AI content coming out, and I'm starting to doubt everything I'm reading. So I think it's actually going to benefit creators, and we're also probably going to have to be slightly less polished, which lowers the barrier to entry.
People want the humanness.
Yeah.
Because actually, you know, when they're creating AI content creators, it's like you have to be human in order to kind of resonate.
And creative, right? To actually put great input into these programs to get amazing creative output. You still need that soul at the beginning, you know.
And when it comes to platforms for creators, obviously there are so many more happening all the time. It can feel quite overwhelming, especially to those that are sort of starting out, when you feel like you have to be on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, creating all the time. What is your advice for creators kind of in terms of navigating that?
Yeah, I think for me it's about not thinking platform first per se, but thinking again about the strategy, the value proposition, what will get you out of bed in the morning, what will really excite you. It was something which I spent a lot of time working with traditional talent, obviously when I was at YMU, to get more active on social. And I think the bad advice is just post everywhere and do everything all at once. I think the better advice is think about what is good value to the audience and the community that you want to build. What do you really want to create here, and what's the thing that's going to get you out of bed to make this content every day? And once you nail that, it's then, okay, from that format or that idea, then which platforms sit well, and how can that be syndicated in different ways? I'd rather personally advise that always, versus just make content for the sake of it and do everything all at once.
And Joe, what about you?
Yeah, I think, like you said, the reason I grew on Twitter and grew on Instagram and Facebook is because I just love it. I think it's fun. Like, I've always loved it. I never had an ambition to sell cookbooks. I mean, I was living in a one-bedroom flat in Surbiton with an iPhone. I was a personal trainer. I was charging £40 an hour, and I was like, I'm set. I'm so happy. I've got 20 clients. Like that was as big as my vision and life could kind of dream. And it was only when technology came along that I really thought, you know what, I can reach more people. I can get kids in India exercising and get people in like South America cooking my recipes, and that just opened up this whole world of like possibility for me. So I think, you know, it's about doing just doing the things you love, and if you really are obsessed because you love it, like anything, you become good at it, right? And that was it. It was just thousands of videos, hundreds of recipes, thousands of workouts before I even considered like monetizing the audience. But I see when you see a success story like Delicious Yella or myself or KSI and Logan Paul, the kids coming up just want that success. They want that brand, they want that partnership, they want that income. So maybe with that true, genuine authenticity, maybe it's hard to really get that now because they've seen this path you can have.
Well, it's hard to get the authenticity because people are trying to replicate it. And it's coming from the wrong place.
They know what they can get if they do it in a certain way. Yeah. You can build a business and like have.
But is that effective? Do you think?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen many. I haven't seen. It's like Logan Paul and KSI are like one in a generation. Like it's a cultural phenomenon. It's like you can say Jamie Oliver, myself, like one in a generation that can sell 4 million cookbooks. It doesn't come very easy. And for me, I was just there at the right time with technology because I loved it. And I think now people go, I want to be the next body coach, and and if I do YouTube and I get this brand, I can make that kind of. But it's not easy. Like I think if I started today, I wouldn't have the success now. I was there 10 years ago when it was just starting out. So I think timing's important, isn't it? But yeah, just being authentic, you've just got to really, really mean it because followers and Instagram and subscribers will see straight away that you're like there just to make money, and they have the short careers. You see them come and go, but who really has a business and builds a real brand off the back of it?
Yeah, because it sounds like all of you, there's a huge amount of passion behind what you do, and that's why you've managed to be so successful. But in terms of having a digital community and feeling like nurturing that, do you feel that that's something you ever struggle with in terms of pulling away, that they might go somewhere else? Or do you feel confident in that?
I think it's all about building trust, and so it's quite easy to fake it on social media. You can just look at what the top players are doing, replicate it, and if you play your cards right, the algorithm will suck you up. But you're kind of fast tracking, you're building this empty audience, and they're not necessarily going to trust you, and whatever your desire is, you're not going to necessarily earn money from them or convert them. So yeah, I think it's all about trust. It's exactly what you were saying.
Yeah. And you spoke about this earlier in terms of when you moved from giving free content to paid content. But Joe, what was that like for you when you have established that trust with your community? How did that feel, and what were some of the struggles or pain points whilst you moved it into the business that you've created?
Yeah, we don't really talk about the business side of things. I've always been a bit low key, but I'm so proud of what I've achieved in terms of the YouTube thing was one thing, but I've now got a business with 35 members of the team. Nikki's the CEO. It's a tech company. We have 100,000 of people using our business, using our app, and it's like something that I'm so proud of. But it's come from 10 years of brand building and trust, and it's not just like happened overnight. So I think you've really got to put that work in. And I didn't, like I said, I always remember this. I sent 25,000 tweets before I made a single pound from social media, and it really was a gradual thing. So I released a PDF, like a 3-month plan. You got an email with really basic like recipes, no images, no video content, and that was like a product that we launched, and like 5 people signed up. I was like, wow, it's amazing. And then I'd imagine one day if 10 people a day sign up, that's going to mean I haven't got to be running around the boot camps doing the 6 a.m. boot camp. And then one day it was 100 people, then 1,000, and so you start to build this vision of like, wow, this is actually a global thing now. And then we invested heavily in the app, so we really pivoted and sort of thought, if we're going to scale this and actually make something really valuable, let's build a digital, product. And it's going amazing, but it just felt right. I just knew I trusted. I proved the concept, with YouTube, and I know that there's people that are willing to pay behind a paywall for that content if it's good enough.
What was the process like in finding the right people around you to build that team?
So, I've got to put it all down to Nikki. It wouldn't have happened without Nikki. He hired an amazing agency in London called Us2, who built the app, which is, a very big investment, millions of pounds more than we thought we were going to spend. But now we've got an in-house team. We have the IP, and it's our product. So it was a big investment. But when I believe in the mission, and I'm just so focused on it, like I don't even doubt it ever, because I just think, I'm building something that's more than just a YouTube channel. I'm not just at like a moment in time. Like I'm really building a brand that is going to be trusted for years to come. Because when you look at Les Mills, for example, Les Mills is still around, right? He was a trainer that started a fitness class, and now millions of people every year still do Les Mills. And so I want to be that. I want to be a brand that is around with Slimming World and Weight Watchers and competes in that market, because I feel like I'm really doing it in a really healthy, sustainable way. But you've just got to go for it, right? Because otherwise I would have still been in that park in Surbiton and Richmond doing boot camps if I hadn't really gone for it and believed in tech and that community stuff.
And you touched on something that I wanted to ask about in terms of IP and building that, because that's not necessarily something that I imagine was in your sort of language when you started out as creators and you're doing it from a place of passion. But how important is that for all of you and what you're doing now?
I mean, I think, as a manager or having been in management teams, like IP is the most important thing that creators and traditional talent can be and should be thinking about, because it's the only guarantee of long-term success if you get obviously the brand and whatever you're building right. And I think now, especially the disruption that short form's taken on, like my personal thing is that actually the value of content creators has come way down because there's just so much saturation of people out there now. Like with any currency, you have a massive influx in the supply, you have a decrease in the value, and I think that's what's happened. You see brands are spending a lot less on individual creators, they're spread betting much more. Naturally, why wouldn't they? When you can get TikTokers who can get the same amount of views for £500, £300 a post, the 20k, 50k, 100k deals are now kind of gone, really. I mean, in large part, except for maybe the people at the top. So, and even for them, I think it's about how do you build something really long term, and that's where IP comes into its own. And especially now, there are so many ways to build businesses online, to build physical products. There are so many companies, especially if you're established as a creator, so many companies out there that can help you do that. And I think for me now, it's the sole focus, like only focus on things that you own, because that's the only bit you can control. You can't control brand deals, but you can control what you own and the business you have. And then if you have a platform, you have trust with the audience, you have a direct value proposition, then even if you had 10,000 followers, you could still build something that could be infinitely more valuable than all the brand deals you could ever make.
And when it comes to sort of collaborating and getting those things going, what are some of the, your advice for a creator in that space? Because it can feel incredibly overwhelming when you're like, okay, I've traditionally done this, brand deals, and like you say, now compared to a few years ago when there was a pocket of money that would go to one person, it's now being spread out and going to 10. So in terms of building their own IP and their brands, like should they be doing it in-house or should they be collaborating with companies that already are established in product development, things like that?
I mean, I think it depends on things like risk appetite, how much money you have to be able to invest yourself. I think one thing which has been great for us anyway is to be able to de-risk some of these things by working with partners who are able to cash flow and actually bring some of the capital in to make these things happen. As you said, right, these things aren't cheap to make, and actually if you're doing 5 to 10 projects, let's say, or however many, you need to be able to de-risk that financially, and that's by thinking about ultimately appetite. And if you've got one thing, this is, as you said, right, there was never a doubt in your mind, but when you're dealing in new territories, new fields, you want to make sure that's relatively de-risked. So I'd say where we should head to, hopefully, is a bridging between more corporate finance and creators. That's the bit that's going to be really exciting when more capital is available and the people who are expecting creators to speak in a certain way or to understand more sort of corporate traditional finance. When those two worlds merge and the gap is bridged, I think it's going to be really exciting because creators have ideas, they have platforms, they have distribution, and there's money that wants to be invested. So the minute that starts happening, I think you'll see creators launch ultimately a lot more. But if you're now trying to do something, I'd say try and seek out more kind of corporate finance or people who can help fund some of these ideas, and then find the creative partners out there because they do exist. Companies like Creative Control Ventures, who are amazing. Gemflow obviously have done a lot of brands before. Third Phase, set up by the guys at Catalyst. There's a number of companies out there. So yeah, I think that's kind of maybe where I'd start.
And where do you think we're at with bridging that gap? Do you still feel they're quite...
We're super early. I still don't see that many creators leveraging corporate finance or working with some of the more traditional partners, and vice versa. But I think we're getting to the point, things like, obviously the success of Prime over the last year, Beast Burger, Sides, all the things we're doing with the Sidemen as well. There's so many examples now where I think, the world of VCs and private equity are starting to look at the creator scene and say, okay, there's value here, because ultimately you have reach and distribution, you have a personality who can be that kind of the springboard from 0 to 1, and then all you then need is a great product and creative.
You've got the trust with that audience and community, which is such a struggle for some brands starting out. And from your perspective, what have you considered angel investors or investing yourself?
So we've done it all ourselves, but then we did have some capital ready from YouTube ad revenue and sponsorships. And I personally am really pleased that we've done it ourselves, but the absolute most important thing for us was being really kind of figures on the table with other creators that could be considered competitors. So, I mean, lots of networking groups with other English course creators, language course creators.
What, just being completely transparent?
Completely transparent. there are so many that I just say, look, this is what we made on our last launch. Here's what you made. Let's share ideas, and it's lovely. It's really, really nice.
Which is quite rare, I think.
I think the language niche is special. I'm really proud of the niche we're in because it's just a group of people who are. I think once someone starts to be really generous with information, everyone starts sharing, and yeah, it surprises me coming to other events when people are a bit more private about numbers. Yeah.
Well, you need to demystify the process, otherwise you're never going to learn. And Joe, from your perspective, because obviously you must have had investment to build the app, or did you not?
So we're fully self-funded actually, because it's always been such a cash-rich business from the start. Because with the PDF days, 700,000 people paid £150. Yeah, £150. Like, there was always cash, and then. But the app, what we said we're going to spend became a lot more, and I've essentially reinvested everything back into the business. But we're now at a point, we're at a crossroads now where we can continue growing, which is obviously much slower organically, or we can start to say, right, let's really light this up, let's get some investment and take it to the next level, because I do think we're the #1 fitness app in the UK, and I think we could potentially, reach other markets. But I'm really focused on growing and building. I think now we just got to be thinking about marketing. And it's an eyeballs thing, right? Because people know of the brand but don't know I have an app, or they know I'm Joe Wicks, the body coach, but they really know I have this amazing product that can actually change your life. So it's about now getting to that point where we're having conversations, and Nikki's having discussions about, is it a one-time raise, just like one and done, or are we going to go through rounds? But I think in my head, it's like, let's just raise one chunk of money, go for the market, and really double our subscriber base in the UK and see how we go from there, which isn't too hard of a task, really. It's quite possible, That's the goal.
And so what are your you kind of touched on it just now, but your aspirations for the future? I'd love to know from each of you where you see the sort of creator economy going. Is it going to continue to disrupt the traditional media structures that are in existence, and what your, personal aspirations are?
Yeah, I think for me it's in a real crossroads at the minute, where I do genuinely believe the short form disruption within the creator economy is way more drastic than people realise, and actually what that's done to consumption habits, to the value of creators, but also then on the flip side to the opportunity for everybody to be seen and to have a voice. I think that is incredible, and actually I've probably never been more excited about social than I am right now, because of the ability to be seen, that anyone can go viral, can get reach
because
now.
Because of the algorithm.
Because of TikTok, especially in short form, and the way these companies are now just pushing the algorithm for content which again adds value, has great kind of efficiency within it. I think
is that for brands or the creator? For
creators, but also for brands. The amount of brands now that are becoming creators, I think it's almost at a point now where everyone is, if they take the opportunity, a creator, and has the chance to be seen now in a way that definitely wasn't the case when Facebook and Instagram were so dominant, and it was a lot harder to cut through, which is why the value was so much higher, I think. So I think, for everyday people, incredible. I think for superstars, much harder in terms of how many people are really going to get into that next echelon. I don't know whether we're going to see superstar creators again. Maybe we will with something else that comes to disrupt, but in short form, it's not really happening. And actually, there's so many people now with 1 million followers, with 2 million followers, whatever it might be, that the value, it just isn't there. And how many creators I look at will have the engagement if they did a pop-up store, would have people coming. Even massive people with numbers, who you may think you have 20 million followers, might still not do it. And that's for the first time that's been the case. So
I find that really fascinating. I guess it's the difference between an audience and a community.
For sure.
And community, you could have a much smaller one, but they will be there at 100%. The pop-up, they'll be there at the live show, they'll be buying the product.
And that's the litmus test. You could have 10,000 followers who are more valuable than having 10 million, ultimately, if those people will show out for you.
Because that's valuable to the brands. Have you noticed a shift in brands recognizing that that's more valuable for them to invest in and to partner with creators versus having that person that's got, 10 million followers, but those people might not actually really engage or show up?
I think also the brands are realizing they can get 10 million followers themselves if they implement a really great organic strategy. And now with TikTok and everything else, brands like Duolingo, Ryanair on Twitter, there are brands who have really taken ownership of social because they know that the light is there now to get seen and get heard in a way that definitely wasn't before. So I think it's in a super interesting place. I don't know what's going to come next. I think some other platform or some new innovation has to now break this short form sort of thing, which is just taken over, and change consumption habits again. What that is, though, I don't know.
And Lucy, what are your thoughts on the sort of future of the creator economy and your aspirations for the future?
Well, I'm really excited about AI, especially in the language space. There are some really cool early stage projects going on. We've got a couple of ideas that we're nurturing. Obviously, I've built one business doing it all myself, and now we are here very inspired and learning about how people then take on funding and things like that. So yeah, I feel we're at sort of a crossroads as well. We've done the really hard bit of building the business up now. Now it's the fun bit, the marketing, the stuff I'm passionate about. And yeah, curious to see what's next.
And Joe?
Yeah, I'm excited by the opportunity too. And we're talking about the kind of the AI stuff, because obviously when I do a voice note, it's me. I'm emotionally connected to you. I'm sending you a message, and that's lovely. What a lovely thing to do to someone. But I can't imagine like an AI speaking as me. Would you still find it valuable? Would you still be like, oh, what a lovely thing? Like AI has just told me to have a great workout and have a good day. But I know you've got to adopt it. You've got to try at least, and you've got to integrate it at some point. So I think any business, stay away from it, and it's like you're going to get left in the kind of in the dirt, aren't you, a little bit? So I think that's exciting, and just the idea of new markets and growing in different countries, and trying to make an impact. Like, I've had a great impact in the UK, but can I really be doing the same in the US? Can I really have an impact over there? So there's just so much opportunity, and I think with the right investment and the right strategy, I could build a brand that is around in years to come, and that's kind of our goal, really, to have a legacy brand that we're proud of.
Sounds amazing. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me. This amazing conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I learnt a lot, and I'm sure the audience did as well. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
It's been great. Thanks.
Thank you.
in Oxfordshire. And for my 2 o'clock big guest, I've hot-footed it over into the mill room where a live audience is ready and waiting to hear from a politician who's aiming to become the first Chancellor of the first female, dare I say, Chancellor of the Exchequer. Rishi Sunak has put science and technology at the heart of its pre-election growth, the government's pre-election growth strategy. But what could a prospective Labour government offer our audience here today, where some pretty heavy wooing can be expected? I wondered, first of all, I mentioned that you, Rachel Reeves, are aiming to become the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer, whether you think your chances have been improved by the parliamentary committee findings announced this morning, which Boris Johnson has, of course, robustly defended himself against.
Well, first of all, can I say how pleased I am to be here with you today and to be at the Founders Forum, where it's a huge opportunity to meet some really exciting entrepreneurs and innovators. And as I start to continue to set out some of the ideas that Labour would want to take into government, it's great to meet with businesses at the forefront of some of the industries of the future. It's also great to be out of Westminster, where the ongoing saga of Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak and the Conservative Party devouring themselves in this omni-crisis. And I think what gets forgotten in a lot of this is the people who made huge sacrifices during the pandemic. And I remember meeting with a woman about the same age as me who lost her father early on in the pandemic, and he was a bus driver, and he drove from the town centre in Ealing to the hospital, and he did that every day. And that was before they put up the panels to keep bus drivers safe, and he died in the hospital that he drove to every day. And when I see things like this report coming out today and Boris Johnson's reaction to it, I think of people like Leslie, the woman I met, and the impact that the pandemic had on her, whilst at the same time Boris Johnson and his cronies were partying in Downing Street. And he still can't say sorry for it. And for all the damage and hurt that he's caused to people, it's all about him in his mind. And it's not about him, it's about the people who made big sacrifices during the pandemic. And he should apologise and put an end to all of this.
And what about in terms of the political landscape and what it does to that? I mean, you know, at the moment it seems very much that the Conservative Party are fighting amongst themselves, but it doesn't speak very well to voters about the political classes in general when a report from the parliamentary committee comes out and is treated like it's just another bit of political ideology rather than an actual report from a credible group of MPs. Do you not worry at all about just the credibility of politicians in voters' eyes?
Oh, of course I worry about those things. I became an MP just after the expenses scandal, then the most recent scandals of Partygate, and also the responsibility of politicians for the cost of living crisis. You know, it was last September when we had the Conservative mini-budget that pushed interest rates up, put financial markets in turmoil, and caused huge damage as well to pension fund investment. And so, you know, all of these things, of course, reflect badly on politicians. But we've had 13 years now of Conservative government. And I think the question people will be asking themselves at the next election is pretty straightforward. After those 13 years, are me and my family better off? Are our schools, our hospital, the transport infrastructure, are they working better than when the Conservatives came to office 13 years ago? Frankly, is there anything in Britain today that works better than when the Conservatives came to power? And I think the answer to those questions are no. It is time for change in Britain. And my job as Shadow Chancellor, working with Keir Starmer and the team, is to set out the alternative. Our alternative to ensure that the economy grows, to tackle the cost of living crisis, and to reform our public services that are on their knees today.
Groundhog Day is opening at the Old Vic, the Tim Minchin version brought back. And aren't voters also going to be going, this is like Groundhog Day again? Because obviously when the last Labour government left, there was a note left saying there's nothing to spend here, all the money's gone. And that's the situation that you're now going to find yourselves in if you do end up in government. And already an awful lot of the economic promises that have been made by the Labour Party in the manifesto and moving forwards have had to be changed, altered, and indeed got rid of altogether as a result of the current economic crisis. So is there a reason why people should think that you're any more credible than the people who will be your predecessors if you get voted in?
Well, let me tackle that note from Liam Byrne directly. It was a foolish note, but it was a light-hearted one. Well, the Tories have tested that to destruction because national debt is now 3 times higher than when Labour lost office. So there was money left, and the Conservatives have spent an awful
But we've had
lot
a
of
pandemic in the meantime, we've had a Ukraine war, we've had a global financial crisis.
Well, Labour faced the global financial crisis and borrowed, as countries did around the world, to stop unemployment from soaring and people's homes from being repossessed. And similarly, this government has borrowed. But the difference between this government and the last Labour governments is what's happened in the wider economy. Because when Labour was last in office, the economy grew on average by just over 2% a year. Under the Conservatives, the economy has grown on average by just under 1.5% a year. And that difference means that when Labour was in government, living standards improved, and when the Conservatives have been in government, living standards have gone backwards. There's a piece today, I think it's on the second page of the Times newspaper, that looks at what's happened to wages during the 13 years that the Conservatives have been in office. And this has never happened before, but wages are no higher today than when the Conservatives came to office. And of course, prices are an awful lot higher, and mortgages and rents have gone through the roof because the Conservatives played fast and loose with the public finances last year with that mini budget, and are now just managing decline as if that's somehow okay. I mean, it might be better than the chaos we had, but I'm so much more ambitious for Britain than that. And I come to something like this, the Founders Forum, and meeting innovators and entrepreneurs with ideas to power our economy and take us forward. And I think we just need to have a government that wants to work with business, work with ordinary working people to make the most of these opportunities and ensure that Britain can again be leading in the jobs and industries of the future.
So let's talk about that bigger picture. You know, you're here today at a forum for tech entrepreneurs who are already doing pretty spectacularly well, but obviously what you'll want to do is encourage more of them to be setting up here in the UK and to be taking advantage of, you know, welcoming business practices in the UK. Those are words not normally associated with the Labour Party, welcoming business practices. How different is the Labour Party that you're, you know, representing in terms of a potential future government, and what would you do for tech entrepreneurs?
Well, under Keir's leadership and with me as Shadow Chancellor and as I hope as the next Chancellor of the Exchequer, Labour is a pro-worker and a pro-business party, proudly pro-business, because we know that it is businesses that create the jobs and the wealth and the prosperity that we need to take our country forward and power our country forward. And there is, as I say, so many opportunities in life sciences, in our cultural industries, in tech, and in some of the green industries of the future. But what I often hear from entrepreneurs, and I've had some of those conversations here already today, is that when businesses are looking to scale up, they often have to go to the US to raise finance. And then when they look perhaps to list in a few years' time, often companies now are looking to the US to list rather than here. And then what happens is the jobs gravitate, the profits gravitate overseas. And I want to keep more of those great British businesses here in the UK. But if you look at listings on the London Stock Exchange compared to the New York Stock Exchange, listings are moving overseas because of that deep pool of finance.
They're also moving to France. I mean, what do you do then to keep businesses here and say, don't go to Paris, don't go to New York?
No, absolutely. And other countries are eating our lunch, and I want to keep those businesses and those jobs here in Britain. There's a number of things that we can do, and I asked Lord Jim O'Neill to do a review for the Labour Party last year on how to make Britain the best place to start and grow a business. And one of the people on that review, Alex Depledge from the startup business Resi that she sold a couple of years ago, she sold her first startup. She's here this week, and chatting to her about the challenge of raising finance here in Britain. But we've got a huge pool of pensions money in DB and DC schemes that are often getting quite poor returns for pension savers. In fact, you're more likely to be invested in a startup or in UK infrastructure if you are a Canadian pensioner or a retired professor in the US, in Australia, because they are investing heavily in infrastructure and startups, getting a better return for their savers, but also supporting innovation. And so I'm looking with some of the pensions industry and some of the insurance industry of how we can get more of that money into those startups and those scale-up businesses, so that we've got a pool of capital that's working for savers and also working better for the UK economy.
The government have appointed Anne Bowden, who started Starling Bank, a rather brilliant woman, started the bank in her mid-50s and raised funding going to, you know, a lot of offices of the sort of entrepreneurs you'll find here today who looked at her and thought she might be their mother and she might have got lost. And that's her words about the experience, not mine. But the fact of the matter is that 2% of seed, only 2% of seed money raised for businesses, it goes to businesses with female entrepreneurs at the helm. What would you do about that? Because that is a clear and very, very unequal disparity.
Yeah. It's a massive issue. And if women started up businesses and scaled up businesses at the same rate as men, there would be billions of pounds more in the economy. And I've spoken quite a lot to Alison Rose, the Chief Executive of NatWest, about this, who did the Rose Review for government on female entrepreneurship. And I think there are things that can practically be done. I think more mentors, working with investors, because often people look at the founders and what they can do. Actually, working directly with investors to change their mindsets can also make a big difference. Working more with universities to help them work with their students, their PhD students especially, to turn those great ideas into innovative businesses, and to help particularly female founders. But I met a great young woman this morning. She's been running her business based in Cambridge for 5 or 6 years now, and it's creating meat from cells, and they're doing pork belly and bacon, and they've raised money. They've just had their Series A fundraising. Most of the money, sadly, from the US rather than the UK. That's a great British startup, already employing more than 50 people. You know, that could be one of the unicorns, fast-growing businesses that I would want to see listed in the UK and creating those jobs here in Britain. And her co-founder are both women. But, you know, she said it's been a hell of a journey these last few years, trying to be taken seriously by the investors who themselves are mainly male.
And how about the issue of childcare, which I know you've talked about in the past, and you know, continues to be a huge problem for the working female primarily workforce in the UK, and despite endless promises about change, nothing's happening. Surely, you know, economically that doesn't make any sense, and the cost of childcare in the UK being the highest in Europe, one of the highest in the world, is just insane.
Well, I'm a mum of 2 primary school-age children, so I know about these challenges only too well, especially doing a job that does have very variable hours, when sometimes you don't know until the last minute what time you're going to be home in the evening, and weekend working, etc. So I recognise the challenges that working mums, and it is still, sadly, predominantly women who are the ones who do most of the juggling when it comes to these issues.
So what are you going to do to help them?
Well, Bridget Phillipson is our shadow education spokesperson, and she is taking forward and developing our plans that will set out in the manifesto. But we do want to have both affordable and flexible childcare, particularly for people with primary school age children. One of the things that we have already said is that we would have free breakfast clubs at all primary schools. That makes quite a big difference for women, because it means they can take a job that's a bit further from home and start a bit earlier during the day. We've said how we would fund that. It would be using some of the money that we would raise from getting rid of the non-dom tax status. So that's one practical thing that we have already explained how we would pay for, and we'll be setting out more detail of that in the run-up to the election. But
how much money will getting rid of the non-dom tax status
so
raise?
Our analysis...
You're going to find a few people here who might be quite interested in what
So
that
our
sacrifice is going to...
Our analysis uses money from His Majesty's Revenue and Customs, and that shows that you can raise just over £3 billion. I think it's £3.2 billion. And we would use that to do two things. First of all, to have one of the biggest ever expansions of the NHS workforce, doubling the number of medical school training places, more nurses, midwives, district health visitors.
£3 billion, is that enough to do that?
That would cost £1.6 billion a year to do that, because obviously this money is every year, so £3.2 billion a year, over £15 billion during the course of a parliament. And then we would use the other part of that money to have those breakfast clubs at all primary schools.
Yeah, it's only every year that you'd get the non-dom money if they decided to stay in the UK, isn't it? I mean, I presume if they decide to, go elsewhere where they're more welcome financially, then that money wouldn't be coming in. So it's not really going to solve the problems for the NHS, is it?
If you look at the US, they don't have anything like a non-dom rule. If you live in the US, you pay your taxes there on your global income. And I don't think many people would suggest that New York was not a welcoming place for businesses and entrepreneurs. We're one of the very few countries that has a rule like this. And it is a loophole. It basically says that if your dad was born abroad, you can claim non-dom tax status. That is a very odd tax loophole. It's been around for 200 years.
Quite sexist as well.
Quite sexist as well, but I'm not planning on extending it to if your mum was born abroad, but just getting rid of it altogether and using that money for what I think are the real priorities. Having an NHS that is properly functioning and better childcare for working parents and also to give kids a great start in life.
I'm very interested in this notion that you've been talking about, which is, a sort of anti-globalisation stance, if you will, and a focus more on national interest when it comes to business and so on. Now, I know it's related to sort of the ideas of greater security and so on, but tell me a little bit more about what you've dubbed securonomics.
Yeah, so I definitely wouldn't say it was anti-globalisation, but let me describe what it's about. Securonomics is about two things, essentially. First of all, about trying to have more secure family finances for working families, and second, a more secure and resilient national economy. What do those two things mean? Well, first of all, for many people, that link between hard work and fair contribution has broken down. I remember it was about this time last year meeting a family in Worthing on the south coast, and between the mum and dad, they do 5 jobs between them, and they had a toddler. And balancing work and family life meant that between all their jobs, they only had half a day a week together as a family. And they were in private rented accommodation. They wouldn't put anything aside.
We know that people are really suffering.
Yeah.
I mean, there is an economic crisis, and there are more people attending food banks.
Yes,
I mean, we know that all those things are difficult. But how are you going to change it for them?
So what the mum said to me was, you just wonder whether you're doing something wrong. And they're not doing anything wrong, they're doing everything right. But the economic model that we've got today is not working for them.
That's what I want to know.
We
so
need
how are you
more
going to
secure
what are you going to do
finances. I want to do more to buy, make and build more in Britain with a more secure national economy. We are over-reliant on countries that don't always share our values for some of the basics, the essentials. We are over-reliant.
That does sound like quite nationalist rather than globalist.
It's about doing
buy,
more...
make and buy in Britain. I mean, that sounds like the 1980s.
Well, look, the alternative is being reliant on China for rare earths to produce electric vehicles, or being reliant on Russia for our energy. And so I'll make no apologies for wanting to build a more secure and
resilient
national
economy. So is it the rest of the world versus
economy.
China and Russia? Is that what you're identifying?
It's about building more secure supply chains, doing more at home and working more closely with allies. So the old model of globalisation that said the fastest, the cheapest, it doesn't matter where things are produced or who owns them, I think that model is over. And instead, a new multilateralism, working more with countries that share our values. And other countries are doing this. It's what the US are doing. And I was there 2 or 3 weeks ago. Their Inflation Reduction Act, their CHIPS Act, their Infrastructure Act is all about ensuring that America has and is doing what it needs to secure its economic interests. In Australia, under Albanese, their Powering Australia model is about investing in some of the green industries of the future, the same as what Scholz is doing in Germany. Other countries are in this race for the jobs and industries of the future. And our Chancellor and our Energy Secretary say that this approach is dangerous, referring to what the US are doing in terms of building their resilience and their green industry programme. Well, what is dangerous is still being in the changing room whilst others are in the race. And I do worry that in 10, 20 years' time, we're going to find we're importing cars because we didn't build a supply chain for electric vehicles here. We're going to be importing steel because we didn't get our steel to low carbon. And we're importing gas because we didn't invest in hydrogen. There's every reason to believe that Britain can be global leaders in some of these industries because of our industrial heritage, because of our geography, because of our great universities and innovators, but only if you've got a government that partners with business to exploit these massive opportunities in front of us.
Indeed, and also if you've got the money as a government, you've already had to scale back on your huge green promise. You know, is that the way the future lies, that all of these promises, these ideas, these, you know, wonderful kind of blue sky thinking is just going to end up being as nothing in the face of the economic, you know, future that we're facing at the moment?
Well, we've absolutely got to pursue the Green Prosperity Plan. It's the way to get growth and good jobs in Britain.
But you have had to pull back financially.
Well, since I first announced that 2 years ago, interest rates have gone up 12 times, inflation's gone to 8.7%, and growth has stalled. And look, I've always said that our fiscal rules are non-negotiable. I'm not going to play fast and loose with the public finances and put family security in jeopardy, which is what the Conservatives did last year.
That sounds a bit like austerity.
No, it's absolutely not austerity. What it's saying is I don't want further increases in the cost of living for families. I don't want their mortgage rates going up. I don't want their rents going up. I'm going to make sure that we have a grip of the public finances and we don't make unfunded spending commitments, which is what the Conservatives did last year with all of those tax cuts. I will never put family finances in jeopardy in the way the Conservatives have. But if we can do those things, then we will have the money for the Green Prosperity Plan. And if we don't do those things, then we're going to miss out on those opportunities. So yes, we've got to make sure that our public finances are in a stronger position than what the Conservatives have left them in. But we've also got to pursue those plans to grow the economy. And
but that said, I mean, you know, I think what a lot of the entrepreneurs in this room will probably be interested in is how much you would require them to pay in order to ensure that families have secure household budgets. You know, people talk about Rishi Sunak as not understanding the poor, but there's a lot of people who believe that Labour don't understand enterprise and how to get rich.
Well, before I became a politician, I worked in banking and financial services. I worked at the Bank of England for many years, and then I worked in the private sector. So I think I've got a pretty good understanding of how the economy works and the importance of wealth creation and business. And as I said right at the beginning, the Labour Party is a proudly pro-business party and always will be under Keir's leadership and with me in this role. So we've got to work with businesses. And actually, what businesses are saying is they don't want a government that's just going to get out of the way. They want a business to partner with them because the businesses here, they're on the cutting edge of new technologies. They work in universities, in science labs. They want to make sure that they've got access to people with those skills to make a success of their businesses. So they want a government that's going to have an industrial strategy working in partnership with them to make the most of these opportunities. And that's what a Labour government will be, whether it is in tech, in AI, in life sciences, or in some of the green industries that I've spoken about. All of these, and realising our potential in them, is going to require that partnership approach through the modern industrial strategy that we've already set out.
No clear water then, no clear blue water between you and the Conservative Party on
well,
that.
Look,
but
I mean, if you want more chaos, then vote Conservative. If you want a change in direction, then vote Labour.
That's it's very hot here today. I'd just quite like a lie down. Rachel Reeves, Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, thank you very much for joining me here live at the Founders Forum in Oxfordshire. This is Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio. I'll be back after the news. Thanks very much.
Hello everyone, and Deputy Prime Minister Oliver Dowden, thanks for being with me here at Founders Forum at Soho Farmhouse for this live episode of the Bloomberg UK Politics podcast. We're in a room full of founders. What's your elevator pitch for UK PLC?
Well, my elevator pitch is that the UK has been and remains and will be even more so the best place in Europe and one of the very best places in the world for tech. We have an unashamedly pro-tech government, and we are determined to make sure that we preserve our place at the front of the pack to be a place where people want to come and invest and innovate and reap all the benefits that tech brings to our country and to the rest of the world. This is the place to be.
And we do have major success stories like ARM, but some of them are choosing to list like ARM in New York. So talk me through the conversations that are happening in government. How do you think about growing businesses, keeping businesses, and growing the economy?
Well, I actually go back to when I first started in government, not as a Member of Parliament, but when I was an advisor to then David Cameron, who was the Prime Minister, and I was his Deputy Chief of Staff. And we had a real push from 2010 onwards to really position the UK as a global tech hub. George Osborne as Chancellor was heavily engaged, people like Rowan Silver, Steve Hilton and others. We really wanted to send a signal that the UK was open for business. This was a place to invest in the United Kingdom. And we've reaped the benefits of that, and indeed I saw the benefits when I was Digital Secretary, and we worked to make sure that the UK was an incredibly successful place for tech, and that all the stats still bear that out. We have more unicorns, I think, than France, Germany and Sweden combined. We're one of only $3 trillion tech economies alongside China and the US. But what has happened during that period of time is that others have seen our success and they've copied what we've done and are starting to snap at our heels. And I think what we have to do now, and what I know that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor are committed to doing, is making sure that we take another big step forward and maintain ourselves ahead of the pack. And frankly, it's just like any business. You go through a period of innovation and investment, you reap those rewards, but you've got to be looking all around to see that because your competitors are going to be doing the same thing. We've got to take that next step forward. And the reason why I have confidence in our ability to do this is, first of all, we have in the Prime Minister somebody who's the real deal. He genuinely, I think he has been described as a tech bro. I think it was meant as an insult, but I actually take it as a compliment. Somebody who gets how tech works, who gets what's required, who has himself been an investor. You've got someone in the Chancellor, and indeed in me as Deputy Prime Minister, who've been heavily involved in the tech sector through our ministerial portfolios. This is my third time at Founders Forum, and I've met countless tech entrepreneurs over the years. I get it, the Prime Minister gets it, the Chancellor gets it, that we need to do more to make sure that we stay ahead of the pack. And I hope that people are seeing, for example, in relation to what we're doing in relation to AI and other areas, we're starting to demonstrate that in action.
Is part of the problem that the regulators seem to be more on the side of the consumer than the tech bros?
Well, look, we have independent regulators in this country, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me as a minister to start giving a running commentary on decisions that are made by our independent regulators. But I would just observe a couple of things. So one is that I do think it's important in making the UK an attractive destination that we have clearly independent regulators and rule of law, and I wouldn't want to do anything to undermine that. At the same time, I think ministers have a role in setting the strategic direction for regulators, and I think it's important that we take that duty seriously, and I'm certainly listening to those concerns as is the Chancellor and others, and I think that's the appropriate way to proceed. But I still think that the UK is an incredibly attractive destination to make those investments. And I see, for example, I'll just give you an example. I was at the London Stock Exchange on Monday, and we had an event for Indo-Pacific investors, and we had a huge number of companies. I think it was about 600 who came here. I met with many of them. And actually, when they come to the UK and they actually see what the environment is like, they're massively attracted to it. So we need to do the work to convince people that this is an attractive place to invest. And it still is, actually, if you look at the numbers, our investment massively exceeds places like France, Germany, and elsewhere.
But actually, France has overtaken the UK as Europe's top destination for FDI. Jan du Plessis told Bloomberg that part of the problem is executive pay, that we have a cultural issue with high executive pay. Do we?
No, I wouldn't accept that, that characterisation. Of course, there are different cultural attitudes in different countries, and you can see slightly different attitudes in the US and elsewhere. But I think what we have sought to is, first of all, we maintain a very low tax environment still. We still have the lowest corporation tax in the...
But you have hiked it from 19% to 25%.
Yes, but we still have the lowest corporation tax in the G7. And alongside that, we have very, very strong investment incentives. So, for example, when Rishi Sunak was Chancellor of the Exchequer and Jeremy Hunt has carried this forward, we've had full expenses deductibility. That is an incredibly generous investment incentive. Now,
but it's only for 3 years. Would you consider making it permanent?
Well, look, I'm going to say the old chestnut, which is true, which is that spending decisions and tax decisions are a matter for the Chancellor. But what I would also say is the reason why I'm here and I'm spending a lot of time talking to tech entrepreneurs, the reason why the Prime Minister is doing the same thing. He hosted an event at Downing Street. In fact, hosted 3 or 4 events at Downing Street, but a major dinner on Monday night, which I was also at, is we want to hear from tech entrepreneurs. We want to hear from the founders that you have at events like this, because we're clear about the direction we want to take the United Kingdom in. We need to have that further step forward to make sure that we continue to be ahead of the pack. And we're very much open to hearing what we can do to make sure we stay in that position ahead of the pack. And that goes across the entire panoply of things that we can do. And I know that the Chancellor is very much listening to representations about how we can continue to make the UK an incredibly attractive place to invest.
One of the problems in Britain seems to be that we can't turn many billion-pound companies into £10 billion companies or £100 billion companies. Bloomberg's on the hunt for startups to watch. Which startup are you watching?
I think much as I would be tempted to say the name of startups, I fear on 2 fronts. One, it could be the kiss of death for that startup with a cabinet minister endorsing them. But I think the policy issue you raise is an important and correct one. And how I kind of see the environment is this, which is that a few years ago, there was a lot of talk about startups and were we providing sufficient investment for startups? Could people get startup capital? I think we're in a much better position on that than we were pretty much by common consensus. Then the debate moved to scale up, and I think I increasingly see particularly in the London investment ecosystem, there's more and more firms opening up who are able to match scale-ups with that kind of capital. What we haven't done in the UK, and by the way, it's not happened in pretty much any other country, many European countries have exactly the same thing, is we haven't got the tech sort of super giants, as it were, the Googles and Facebooks of this world. But essentially, it's really the US is the only ecosystem that has managed to do that. I'm actually quite optimistic that I think that if you look at this, first of all, the scale and pace of adoption of tech in the UK and the number of unicorns that we have, I think it's 163 on the latest count. We've sown an awful lot of seeds. I think there is potential for growth there. But also I think that, and this is what I've heard all this week and before, we're on the cusp of the next revolution in tech, and the revolution that I think will be bigger than all the rest of the revolutions combined. And over the next 5 years, as we see AI truly come to fruition, it's gone from something, when I was digital secretary, it was only 2 or 3 years ago, when I was talking about AI, it was one of those things kind of in the far distance. Now it's absolutely at the center of every tech company I talk to. And I think the UK is incredibly strongly positioned in that area. Actually, we're the only country in the world that has those 3 enormous AI companies are at the forefront. US and UK. It's only the US and UK that has all three of them with having major presence. So I think I'm actually incredibly optimistic about the opportunities we have going forward.
And when you were running digital, you were also running culture. You must be aware of the clash potentially between AI and the creative industries. Are you worried about job losses? Intellectual property?
No, I'm fundamentally not. Look, I know with any new technology, there's transition and there's dislocation that happens with that transition. It has been the case with every innovation. Of course, that will be the case with AI. But actually, a lot of the creatives that I'm still in contact with say to me, it is a wonderful tool. And actually, I was having this chat with Demis Habermas on Monday, and we were both making the point that the way AI is going is actually tremendously democratizing. So it's gone from the domain where it's only a fairly elite group of coders who could really use AI. The way it's evolving now, most people will be able to access AI in a pretty accessible form because of the kind of interfaces that are being put on it. And actually, I think it's got the opportunity to liberate the sort of, I think it's the right-hand side of the brain type, the creative people to actually be able to use this technology. And I think that for countries like the UK, we have a huge opportunity because I think the application of creativity with the technology of AI means that we could make massive leaps forward. So I actually see it as an enormous opportunity in the creative industries.
So to be the next Silicon Valley, do we need to take more of an approach that's move fast and break things when it comes to AI?
I certainly think we have to move fast, and that's what we're doing. So just two examples of that. First of all, our investment in quantum, but also what the Prime Minister was doing in Washington, I think last week or the week before. I overwhelmingly see the opportunities in AI, but also I think in order for people to be confident in the opportunities it presents, that we also need to give reassurance about some of the very sort of exceptional chances of some of the things that could go wrong. And that's why I think it's important that we give reassurance that as democratic nations we're addressing it, which is why I'm very excited about what the Prime Minister's agreed with President Biden. Again, an indication of how the UK is at the centre of this. We will have the world's first AI summit bringing people together to address this in December this year. And I think that's the opportunity for us, that we have minimal, sensible, proportionate regulation, and then we just really support innovation in this space and have that freedom. And we've got the fundamentals in place for us to be able to do that.
So when you have people like Sam Altman warning that AI could wipe out the human race, is that just hype for headlines?
No, I don't think it's fair to say that it's hype for headlines. I think what it is for those companies, it is actually those companies saying to us, look, government has a role to play. And we want to make sure that as we innovate and bring these huge benefits to society, and I keep coming back to the benefits, it's really important we focus on the benefits as well as the risks. And for me, the benefits massively outweigh the risks. If you just take, for example, I have responsibility in some sense for public service provision across the board as Deputy Prime Minister. AI is the one technology where I think actually, genuinely, we could get more for less. In the next 10 years, in health, in education, we could massively improve outputs whilst not increasing inputs. So that's where the focus needs to be. But we do have to take seriously the threat, coming back to your original question for me, we do have to take seriously the sort of points that are being raised by them, which is why we are and why we've got this process we're starting with the US. For me, though, it's got to be targeted and it's got to be precise and it's got to be about dealing with that somewhat remote possibility, but a possibility that has been flagged nonetheless, and make sure we take sensible and proportionate steps to address it.
But these aren't things that are, a long way off. You've suddenly got Microsoft dominating the landscape. Are we ready for the speed of this change?
Well, I certainly think that the speed of the change is going to be much much faster than any other period of technological adoption. And I think most people, even those who have a deep amount of experience in AI, have been quite taken aback by the speed at which this technology is evolving. And I think people need to be prepared for that. And for me, certainly, anyone who's interacted with, say, ChatGPT, and there's many flaws with ChatGPT, but it is something, for me, was kind of a trigger moment for lots of people realizing actually AI's gone from this thing that could be far in the future to, right, it's here now, and we can kind of see where it's going to go in the next few years. I think overwhelmingly we need to be saying, right, what are the opportunities that come with that, with public services, or indeed all the tech business I've been speaking to this week, all telling me about opportunities they see with AI, whilst at the same time, for those remote risks, making sure that we have some reassurance on it. And that's the kind of approach that the government is taking.
I wonder if you ever muse about a world in which AI ran the civil service.
I'm sure civil servants may muse about a world in which AI runs the politicians. But I think actually, in all seriousness, from both sides, it has the opportunity to be a tremendous tool. What it can do is, and I see this with the vast amounts of information we have to sift and understand as politicians, and our civil servants have to enable us to make decisions. If you can use tools to rapidly assimilate that and draw the most important information out of it, it's always then going to, and certainly for the foreseeable future, going to need a layering of highly capable civil servants who then think about how that fits together in terms of where the government's going, and for politicians to be able to make the appropriate decisions off the back of it. Again, that is an example where you can drive enormous efficiencies. If you think about the efficiency that was driven by a photocopy or a PC, times that by thousands, probably millions, in terms of the efficiencies that can be driven by the analytical skills of AI, and I think this is a crucial thing, that the accessibility of it as well. You don't have to sit down and kind of work out some wonderful program about how you deal with this specific area of government. You've got these kind of foundational technologies that have easy application across the board.
We were joking about the culture in Westminster, but it's obviously not a laughing matter. It's a serious matter today. While we're here talking about tech, there has been this morning's report on Boris Johnson. What's your reaction?
Well, look, this report was commissioned by the House of Commons. It's been produced by the House of Commons, and it's a matter for the House of Commons. It's not a matter for the government. I've actually been, I was out campaigning in one of our seats this morning, and I've come here to this Founders Forum and have been meeting with tech entrepreneurs. I haven't had a chance to read the report properly. I will do so, but ultimately, it's always been the case that it's up to Parliament and to individual MPs to make their decisions off the back of it.
Does all the kind of scandal and the mischief kind of frustrate you and leave you with less time to engage with business than you'd like?
No, it doesn't for me. And I think the job of senior politicians, indeed ministers across the board, is to make sure they retain their focus. And I certainly retain my focus on delivering for the people that elect us, serving the country and addressing the challenges that we face. And I can assure you that I've spent a lot more time over the past week discussing and engaging with people about the opportunities and challenges of AI than I have with any of the other things you've been talking about going on in Westminster.
But, I mean, business hates this political uncertainty. What's your message to Boris Johnson?
I don't have a message for Boris Johnson or for anyone else in that respect. But the message that I have for business is that three things. First of all, I can assure you that the government remains absolutely focused on the job at hand. Secondly, that we have worked to bring back that stability to the UK economy, which people rely on. And thirdly, you have in the Prime Minister, in the Chancellor, indeed in me as Deputy Prime Minister, people that want to ensure that stability, who get tech, who get the opportunities and are determined we seize them to drive the prosperity of the nation, indeed the world in the years to come.
We're halfway through the year. Thinking about the 5 priorities, inflation's sticky, growth's anemic, it doesn't seem to be going very well. Is the new target to just reduce inflation rather than halve it by the end of the year?
Well, I'd actually turn it on its head and say to you, inflation is falling, growth forecasts keep being revised upwards, and of course we stick by the target that we set for inflation when we announce those 5 priorities. But what it does require is discipline from the government, and that's why, for example, in relation to some of the difficult decisions we have to take in respect of public sector pay, we need to make sure that we steady the course, because the one thing that is going to make everyone poorer is if we allow inflation to get out of control. And we are absolutely determined to bring inflation back down. That's core to the stability of the United Kingdom, and it's core to making sure that we have the prosperity going forward.
And yet when it comes to the strikes, especially with healthcare workers, that's not helping to cut the NHS waiting lists. In terms of the number of people who are economically inactive because they're long-term sick, that's at a record high. Is there any sense the longer these strikes go on that it's actually maybe worth settling, coming to more of an agreement?
Well, look, I deeply regret these strikes. It is worth saying, actually, we have by and large settled in relation to an agenda for change. That was accepted by the majority of people covered by Agenda for Change, which is, I think, pretty much the majority of healthcare workers. Clearly, there's a dispute going on with the junior doctors still. But it's also the case, actually, if you look at 2-year waits, which soared over COVID, we've pretty much eliminated it. We are continuing to make progress. And on the point about the long-term sick, and we're actually starting to make progress. You look at the latest numbers, labour market numbers, for getting people back into the labour market. But there's a lot more to do on that, not just on long-term sick, but people who are thinking of retiring early. That's why, for example, we made the pension changes, or helping people who've had children back into work, and that's why we've introduced the childcare changes.
But do you need to, on childcare, maybe loosen immigration to get the staff to get the childcare reforms to happen faster?
Well, going back to your previous question, my first dispensation is to make sure that we get more people into the labour market from within the UK. But we have shown the flexibility to have immigration where it's needed. And actually, coming back to why we're here at the Founders Forum, probably less to discuss the state of the NHS, as important as it is, more about the opportunities that present to us in the tech sector. We have shown that flexibility about making sure we're able to get the brightest and the best into the UK to support the tech sector.
And so to that agenda, in terms of an industrial strategy, we were speaking to Archie Norman, the M&S chair. He said it's 2 words that the Prime Minister doesn't seem to want to utter. In terms of how much you've put into semiconductors, do you worry that we just don't have enough money to put in enough to match the US and the EU's response to the Inflation Reduction Act?
Well, I was actually discussing this with Archie Norman myself last week. Look, if you look at the macro approach of the US, the EU, less in any individual sector, whether it's the chips or whether it's renewable technology and so on. The US, the UK, and the EU are pursuing slightly different approaches. I think there's validity in the different approaches. What the US has chosen to do is to make very large investments in trying to onshore again tech. What we have done more in the UK, and I think equally works very well, is that actually, if you take, say, renewables, we have the kind of regulatory environment which probably isn't possible to deliver in the US, where investors in that sector know that we have very stringent carbon reduction targets, that actually we have a regulatory system that rewards renewables. So people know that if they invest in renewables in the UK, there's a kind of regulatory environment that underpins and supports that. And that's the kind of approach that we've taken with renewables. If you take in relation to AI, I talked about some of the measures we're taking there to build on our position of having such strengths, particularly, for example, through our university sector. We've got 4 of the top 10 universities in the world. So I think we're all kind of trying to do the same thing. For me, if you look underpinning all of that, it's important that across the UK, the US, the EU, and other G7 countries, that we have that kind of commonality, so that we can, within our own totality of ecosystems, underpin a thriving tech sector, particularly at the cutting edge, so that our economies remain at the front of the pack. It's not just a challenge for the UK, it's a challenge for the US and elsewhere. So I don't see it kind of one model over the other. I think we have different approaches suitable to our economies.
Is there a risk if we focus too much on what we do well, say R&D, that we're too reliant on our friends and allies around the world when those relationships maybe could go sour one day?
Well, of course, we have to make sure that we maintain some core technological competencies, particularly from a national security perspective in the UK. And that's why, for example, we passed the National Security and Investment Act. I'm the decision maker under the National Security and Investment Act. The approach I take to that, though, is what we call a small yard, high fence. So I want to reassure most entrepreneurs and investors that the government has no interest, and I have no interest in getting involved or interfering in their commercial transactions for the benefit of the economy as a whole. But if there's a particular part of technology that is really crucial to our national security interests, and we have concerns about where it may end up given the transaction, we will take action to do so, to address that. And that's the way we're addressing some of the challenges you talk about there.
So we've talked about the economics, we've talked about AI, we've talked about the politics. Do you really honestly think that you can win the next election?
Yes.
We're 18 months out. When are we going to get more detail on the policy? It seems a little bit to be like both parties are afraid that the other one's going to steal their clothes in the next 18 months.
Well, look, for me, there's kind of 3 or 4 phases, right? So the first was when we came in to restore that economic stability, and the measures that the Chancellor and others took have succeeded in doing that. We then set out for this year the core priorities reflecting the concerns of the British people, those 4 core priorities, and we're working through those. Of course, as we go through this year and into next, we will be setting out more of the future direction. But we're not kind of, one is not preventing the other. And I think what you saw with what the Prime Minister has said on AI this week, and many of the strategies coming forward, in my own area, we've got a very innovative piece of work on biological security and also the opportunities that come with the biotech industry. Government is working away on all of those as we speak. And crucially, at the heart of this engine, you've got a Prime Minister in Rishi Sunak who gets both the detail, and I've never known a Prime Minister that quite gets into the detail like he does, but also somebody that gets the vision about where we need to go as a modern economy. And I take tremendous faith from that.
Finally, we're at Founders Forum, so I can't not ask you, what's the one app you couldn't live without? And you can't say WhatsApp.
Well, we do use WhatsApp a lot. Do you know what? I will say it's a totally random one, which is it's not a very sophisticated app, but I love hiking. Okay. And you no longer have to carry tons and tons of maps. You just get your little OS app and you just press this button. It doesn't require Wi-Fi or anything else like that, ultimately. You don't get lost anymore because it tracks where you are, and you just have it on your phone, so you don't carry, it's one thing less in your rucksack.
Maybe you could do some hiking here in Oxfordshire. All right, Deputy Prime Minister Oliver Dowden, great to have you on the Bloomberg UK Politics podcast and at Soho Farmhouse for Founders Forum. Thank you.
Pleasure.
So welcome to a special episode of the Prop G Pod. Today we're with Blake Scholl, the CEO and founder of Boom Supersonic, an American aviation firm that is building the world's fastest commercial plane. Prior to founding Boom, Blake held leadership roles at Amazon and Groupon and co-founded mobile technology startup Kima Labs. Blake, welcome.
Good to be here. Thanks for having me, Scott.
So full disclosure, I'm an investor and an advisor in Boom. The thesis was simple. I think that every multi-trillion-dollar company, or any company that's aggregated over $100 billion in market cap, has effectively built a time machine. Amazon saves you 11 days at the grocery store. Netflix saves you 12 days of advertising. And I think that as income inequality rages, as it will over the next 50 years, and there's going to be no shortage of billionaires hitting their midlife crisis who will decide that the ultimate flex is not to do this ridiculous nihilist thing and go fast upward, but go fast horizontally, such that they can live life in what is the most habitable planet in our solar system. And that's how I found you. So start off, what is Boom Technologies?
So Boom is building basically the successor to Concorde. So think flights that are faster, but also dramatically more affordable and dramatically more sustainable. So think getting from Tokyo to Seattle in 4.5 hours instead of the 10 or 11 it takes today. Think London to New York in about 3 hours and 45 minutes, and being able to do all of that initially for about the price of a business class ticket today. And ultimately, we want to get this down to the point where it's not just for the ultra wealthy, but where anybody can benefit from faster travel and being able to get around the planet more easily. And like you said, living life here on Earth, which is the best place to live.
So there's sort of the materials, there's propulsion, and then there's avionics. And you referenced the Concorde. This is 1960s technology, effectively. How have each of those changed, and why does that make this the right time for supersonic?
You're looking backwards, it's really impressive technologically what was accomplished 60 years ago with slide rules and drafting paper and converted military engines, no computers. But today we've changed everything about airplanes except how fast they fly. We've got the ability to do digital design and simulation, which allows us to build far more efficient aerodynamics. Mm-hmm. We have new materials like carbon fiber composites that allow us to build strong, lightweight, very complex aerodynamic shapes. We have engines that are cleaner, quieter, more fuel efficient, that can run on sustainable aviation fuel. And then everything that's electronic has gotten dramatically lighter. And weight is the enemy of performance on an airplane. It's the enemy of efficiency. So light is the name of the game.
So my understanding of any sort of civil aviation is that effectively, whether it's from Boeing or it's the Concorde, was the Concorde EADS? Who actually built the Concorde?
It was a joint venture between the French and British governments.
Got it.
It was very much kind of the brethren of Apollo,
yeah.
Where it was the height of the Cold War. It was established in 1962 via a treaty between the two governments. Huh. And the goal was not to go usher in a new era of commercial supersonic flight. The goal was really to show up the Russians, much like Apollo. And so 1969, we had the first moon landing. We had the first Concorde flight. Both of them very impressive technical successes, but commercially bridges to nowhere.
Yeah, and didn't they respond with like the Tu-72 or something like that?
Tu-144. It was, people called it the Concorde ski.
Yeah.
And it flew a couple flights, crashed, did a couple mail runs, and then was shut down.
But each one of these, it feels as if you were to take a 737 or an Airbus Neo, you could reverse engineer it to massive government subsidies at some point. How do you get this thing in the air without billions of dollars in government funding?
So we fund the company really through three sources of capital. There's investor capital. We've raised about $400 million in investor capital so far. Then there is customer money. Mm-hmm. And we already have two airlines, United Airlines and American Airlines, that have made meaningful, non-refundable deposits for their airplane. So that's a source of capital. It's also a source of investor confidence. And then lastly, we do get some government money. So there are defense applications of the airplane. We've received a couple of rounds of U.S. Air Force contracts. The state of North Carolina put together a really generous package to help us build the super factory in Greensboro, North Carolina. So it's those three sources of capital working together. And I believe there's a magic in investor capital and the diligence that requires a company to go through, validation through customer cash commitments that, by the way, become an increasing source of capital because airlines do prepay for their airplanes. And then lastly, particularly when we can create economic value, or create defense value, there's government capital there too. But that's not the only source.
And so my understanding is it now takes longer to get from New York to Dallas than it did in the 70s. The planes have been actually slowed down because of air traffic control and fuel constraints. Is that right?
The planes are very slightly slower at the speeds they fly, depending on what exactly you're comparing. And then airport congestion's gotten way worse. Air traffic control has gotten more congested. And so if you look at the scheduled flight times,
right.
They're worse.
Yeah. And what is the most difficult thing about building a supersonic plane? Is it the materials? Is it the engine, the propulsion? I know that, and this is a bridge to a question, you initially were going to outsource building an engine.
Mm-hmm.
I've always been taught that planes are basically a very expensive living room, a more expensive computer, and then a several $1 million piece of technology called a jet engine.
Mm-hmm.
But you've decided to go vertical and produce your
Yeah.
own jet engines, which at first glance seems really difficult.
Mhm.
That there are good people making jet engines, but you're going to, in addition to making the plane, you're going to go vertical into the jet engine.
Yeah.
Explain the strategy.
So let me zoom out high level first and talk about where the challenge is and isn't,
Yeah.
and then we could. With the engine's a very fascinating case study. So it's not does the market exist. I think it's intuitive to most people that at business class prices, many people want faster flights. I don't know anybody who wants to spend more time on an airplane.
Right.
And with the pre-orders, we've shown that airlines want this. So the market exists, the technology exists. We've already built a test airplane. The regulations exist. We don't need any exemptions to safety rules or noise rules. The supply chain exists. The same people who are building parts for Boeing and Airbus are building parts for our airplane. So all of that exists. And so the difficulty of the effort is really capital and just the sheer complexity. Like this will be one of the most complex, safety-critical machines ever created. Mm-hmm. And we take that responsibility of creating something that's going to be safe for our friends and family and loved ones really seriously. So, okay, to the engine. Mm-hmm. Quick crash course in engines. So it turns out supersonic engines are actually not really all that different from subsonic engines, because there's an adapter that sits in front of them called an intake that basically takes supersonic air, slows it down, makes it subsonic, feeds it to the engine. And then there's an adapter on the other side called a nozzle that takes high pressure subsonic air and speeds it back up to supersonic speeds. And the engine in the center, it's basically just a hotter version of a subsonic jet engine. Yeah. And so when we first got going with the program, our strategy was least risk to rate production. So if I can buy something off the shelf rather than recreate it, that's definitely the path I want to go down, knowing that later on we can always iterate, improve, et cetera. And so we spent time with the three companies that build jet engines, and there are really only three big ones on the planet. And we looked at taking a subsonic jet engine and kind of shoehorning it into a supersonic airplane. And it turns out you can do that, but it comes with a couple of big drawbacks. One is, so subsonic engines are designed to be at full power for only a few minutes at takeoff, and then at cruise flight they're throttled back, and and they're not running at maximum power, maximum temperature. Supersonic's the reverse. You're full power at takeoff. Full power, throttled back at takeoff, and then you're full power in supersonic cruise flight. So you're spending a lot of time at maximum power, maximum temperature. So it blows through spare parts far more quickly. And then the other piece is business model. So the subsonic engines today are basically given away, and all the money's in the spare parts that are marked up like 4x. And so we looked and said, hey, if we shoehorn an engine that's not designed for long time at supersonic flight, and we're marking up the spare parts crazy, then the engine spare parts ended up being something like 40% of the total cost of supersonic flight. And we looked and said, hey, if we design a new engine for reliable supersonic flight, and we tweak the business model, so it's not all about replacing broken parts, we can significantly reduce the total cost of supersonic flight, make it available to more people in more places. And so that's a little bit of a long-winded explanation, but it's probably we were saying this is the same thing SpaceX does. Like if you look at basically every new successful aerospace company, they build their own propulsion. SpaceX builds their own engines. Blue Origin builds their own engines. Relativity builds their own engines. And basically every electric aircraft startup also builds their own engines.
Yeah, and talk a little bit, I remember one of the things about the Concorde was the sonic boom that inhibited its ability to go over land and sort of kind of hamstrung its route, its mission profile. Have there been any advances around sound?
Yeah, so yes and no. So there were two noise issues with Concorde. And one, as you mentioned, is sonic boom, which is, it's basically the sound the airplane makes anytime it's supersonic. And it's kind of like a double bang, kind of a type sound. And Concorde, so for that reason, they could fly over land, but they had to fly subsonic. And Concorde was a very poor subsonic machine. Not flying supersonic, it did not do well. And then the other noise question is takeoff and landing noise. And Concorde had these converted military engines with afterburners that were just rip-roaring loud. And so with Overture, we said, hey, we're going to solve this sonic boom problem in steps. And on step one, first off, we're going to design the airplane to be quiet for takeoff and landing. So it's no louder than any other airplane flying at the airport today. In fact, it meets the latest generation noise standards. And that, for that reason, should be welcomed at airports around the world. And then we're going to optimize the airplane to be efficient, both supersonic at Mach 1.7, as well as right under the speed of sound at Mach 0.94. And so over land, we can fly efficiently subsonic, 20% faster than other airplanes today. And out over open ocean, we fly 2 times faster. And down the road, I think people are going to want supersonic flight everywhere. And when there are regulations that support that, we'll build a second generation airplane that can do it.
Do we need to fix his mic? I just saw his mic fall down.
Oops.
Do you want to just clip it up? Perfect. So sustainability, what is the gas consumption per hour versus regular commercial aircraft, recognizing you can cut that in half because you're going twice the speed. But talk about the sustainability.
Yeah, so flying faster is more energy intensive. So it consumes more fuel, and that's why sustainable aviation fuel is fundamental to our approach here. Today's airplanes, the Boeing and Airbuses of the world, they can run on regular jet fuel, and they can run on sustainable fuel, but only up to 50-50. So even the best sustainable fuel, at most you could do is cut the carbon in half. And since we're designing the aircraft and the engine from scratch, we're designing both to be compatible with 100% sustainable aviation fuel, which means you can get all the way to net zero on supersonic, actually before you will be able to on a subsonic jetliner. And that's so it'll be a leap forward in sustainability. The way I think about comparing this is today flying on a subsonic airplane, say across the Atlantic, is like driving a not very good SUV across the ocean. And flying on Overture supersonic is going to be like driving a Tesla across the ocean. If you drive it the way I drive mine, it's probably more energy intensive, but it's a different kind of energy. And so the energy costs become an economic consideration, not a climate consideration.
And how big is the fuselage? Talk about passenger comfort.
Yeah, so Concorde was famous for not being comfortable. The boarding door was pretty short. Most people had to duck to get on the airplane. And then they had the equivalent of about 3 rows of floor-to-ceiling equipment racks with a really narrow aisle. So by the time you're even in the passenger cabin, you're convinced this thing is tiny. I gotta squeeze my human to get to my seat. And we want to build something that is so comfortable that people will almost wish the flights were longer. So it's especially one of the aerodynamic features of the airplane is it's bigger up front and smaller in the back. That makes it's a feature called area ruling. It makes the whole airplane much more efficient, which is part of how we're able to get the fares down. But the boarding door is the biggest part of the airplane. It's about an inch bigger than a boarding door on a 737. And then you step into the front cabin, which has like cathedral ceilings. They're 8-foot tall ceilings, 2 seats on each side of the aisle, lots of space. And then as you go to the back of the airplane, the aisle is this beautiful oval shaped. So the oval aisle in the center is big enough that you can pass somebody else in the aisle. Or if there's a drink trolley, you can actually walk past it to get to the lav. And the back cabin it's smaller. It's about the cross section of a large business jet. And back there we go to 1+1 seating. And we've joked that maybe seat 1A should actually be at the back of the airplane because it's just so nice and private. And we've rearranged where the bags go, so there's no overhead bins. You can stand up at your seat and not bump your head for most people. So it's the seats are different but we've designed them to be comfortable, and we've put a lot of thought into making sure the first impression is one that people are going to be really excited by.
And what's the cost of the plane relative to other commercial airliners?
So it's a more expensive airplane. We sell them for $200 million a copy, and after discounts, we think a 787 goes for about $150.
Got it.
But the thing that makes the thing that we focus on is what is it going to cost for passengers to be able to fly on this?
Right.
And the lower that number is, the more people are going to be able to benefit from supersonic flight, and the more profitable airlines will be. And a thing a lot of people overlook is with a supersonic airplane, you could do as much as twice the flights with the same airplane and crew just because it's faster. You could schedule North Atlantic flights to go over and back twice in a day. And so that's less crew cost, less catering cost, less maintenance cost, because maintenance is proportional to hours, not flights. And it's great for the crews because they actually get home to their families. And so the result of that is when you go faster, yes, the fuel costs are higher, it's more energy intensive, but a lot of other costs come down.
Mm-hmm.
And that utilization benefit, getting more work out of the assets, is part of how the economics work.
And we had a discussion about this last night. You're obviously going after airlines as your primary customer.
Mm-hmm.
And when I heard about this, I always thought the bigger market was going to be in private aviation for kind of billionaires running out of time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the average age of a billionaire is 71. That demographic has grown faster than any other income. People worth more than, I think, 200 million, that as a percentage of people who were worth more than it's grown faster than any demographic group. And the only thing they can't buy, literally, is time. I always thought that would be the primary market, but you think it's airlines.
We think it's airlines, and it comes back to the thing you raised earlier about sonic boom.
Yeah.
So if there were supersonic flight over land, supersonic business jets would absolutely be where this would start. And for a long time, that was the assumption in the field, that when supersonic comes back, it'd be a business jet for the ultra wealthy. And I think that's something that should exist. But so let's put it in context. 80% of high-end business jet miles in the world, like I'm talking the Gulfstreams, like the best ones, are over land. And those airplanes already fly at about 90% of the speed of sound.
Yeah.
There's a speed limit of Mach 1. It's really stupid, but there's a speed limit over land. And so that means...
Because of the noise? Because of
it's
the boom?
supposed to be about the noise, but if it were really about the noise, it would have been a noise limit, not a speed limit. But literally, the federal regulations say thou shalt not exceed Mach 1. It doesn't matter if you suck noise out of the atmosphere. This will get changed eventually, but it's really hard to change. And as a startup, you don't want to bank your entire business plan on changing a regulation that's been entrenched for 50 years. So the pitch for a private owner, unless they do a lot of international flying, and there's some people who do that will buy this, but the pitch is, hey, here's an airplane that's more expensive than a G6, it's smaller than a G6, it's got less range than the G6, and it's not faster 80% of the time the way you use it. So with those headwinds, we have sold a few, and we'll continue to sell a few. But the pitch for airlines is very different, because United doesn't fly the same airplane between New York and Los Angeles that they fly from Los Angeles to Sydney. So the notion of, hey, airline, I've got an airplane that you're going to want to deploy on your transoceanic routes. This is an airplane that's going to make the most sense the more coastal the city pairs. And they say, great, that's how we use our 787s. That's how we use our 777s. We understand how to deploy an airplane in the right route, but only for a tiny number of people do they actually have their own individual fleet with different airplanes for different purposes.
So let's talk a little bit about this through the lens of being a startup founder. So a bunch of founders here. You've raised $400 million. What was the first round? Did you have a seed round?
We had a seed round. So I don't think the company could have really gotten started if I hadn't been able to put in some seed capital myself. I'd sold my last company to Groupon, and there's nothing like working on internet coupons to make me want to work on something that's going to matter.
Right.
And so I had a little bit of exit money, not a lot, and I put in about half of my savings. Hired the first dozen or so engineers, and then we did our first external seed round. I think it was less than $1 million.
We're amongst friends, we're amongst founders. How much money of your own money did you put in to start this thing?
It's right around $1 million total.
So $1 million, and that gets you to proof of concept, a presentation, some engineering plans. What does that get you?
Yeah, it was a credible team and a lot of math that says that it works.
Got it. And so who were the first critical hires? Were they engineers? Were they marketers? Were they product people?
They were all engineers. The day zero, there was a lot of doubt. Like, is this possible? Everyone remembers Concorde, and it didn't work economically. And how is a startup going to be able to go build a supersonic airliner? And so we needed to assemble a dream team.
Yep.
And what I learned pretty quickly was that when you tell people you're building a supersonic jet, like their first question is, "Are you crazy?" And sometimes they don't say it out loud, but you can tell it's the question. But if I could convince them that maybe I wasn't crazy, then the second question is, how can I help? And so we got our pick of the best people, and the more progress we've made in showing that this is really happening, this is really working, there's a decent shot at success. Our ability to go get great people has only gone up. But the core of the company on the early days was very technical. It was all engineers.
But the Series A, B, and C rounds, were these individuals who were aviation enthusiasts? Were these people who invest in technology? What was the profile of an investor?
From the investor base. So the investor base has always been a combination of some venture capital and some high net worth individuals. So for example, our A round was led by the Y Combinator Continuity Fund. Mike Moritz invested personally. Reid Hoffman invested personally. Our B round was Lorraine Jobs' family office led that round. Our C round, as we've gotten closer to delivering airplanes, it's made more sense for institutional capital. Bessemer invested. Prime Movers Lab invested.
When I hear those people's names, I think of potential customers. Is part of the seduction of investing that they're going to have some sort of purchase rights?
I probably shouldn't talk about that on stage.
We'll take that as a yes and move on. So, I think it's just so impressive that you're able to raise $400 million for a product that's not going to probably launch till 29. Is that right? 2029?
Yeah, to give you a sense of the timeline, the factory's under construction now. We've already built the first test airplane. We'll have the first unit off the line in 3 years, in the air in 4, and ready for passengers in 6. So 2029 for first commercial flights.
First commercial flight. So you've raised $400 million. You need to raise a couple billion. Is that right?
That's right.
And so venture investors, there's passion investors that are looking, for the first one or want to own 001. And then there's investors that are looking for, return. Venture investors usually like stuff that offers a potential 5 to 10x return to get rid of the stuff that doesn't work. This thing, technically the company could be worth a lot will be worth much more as you get closer to proof of concept. But it just seems like an exceptionally high hurdle for investors. That, okay, you need to raise $2 billion, and the payoff is probably towards the end of this decade, and I've got to get somewhere between a company worth 10 and 20 billion based on a technology that is proven, but also in some ways proven that it's really hard. What is the moment where you feel like, and you've done it, you've raised $400 million, which is more money than I think 99% of startups ever raise. Where do their greed glands get going, and when do you see the aha moment when they agree to invest? Because it sounds like a tough pitch just strictly from a capital allocation standpoint.
Maybe I'll recapitulate what Paul Graham said to me when he invested in our seed round.
Yeah.
And he said, if Boeing's worth on the order of $100 billion, if you succeed, you're going to be worth way more than Boeing is. Call it $200 billion. If I think you have only a 1% chance of success, you're worth $2 billion today, and you're selling me shares for a $15 million valuation. This is the best investment I've ever made.
Got it.
So that was his logic, but I think there's some truth to this. Like, the size of the prize is very large. Like, our ultimate goal is to replace subsonic travel with supersonic travel on every route for everybody.
Yeah.
And if the market is telling us we've got a very low chance of success based on what their valuations are now, because if that happens, that is one of the most valuable companies on the planet. So the size of the prize is very large, and what we've done along the way is systematically de-risk the business. So the strategy I learned there was, let's make a list of all the reasons this could fail. There isn't a market demand for it. We can't manage to actually build a supersonic airplane. The supply chain doesn't sign up. The regulators aren't cooperating with us, et cetera, et cetera. You make a whole laundry list of all the Eeyore reasons. And I went and did this, and I felt really depressed when I got to the bottom of it. And then I said, okay, well, what can I actually do to tangibly, and tangibly is a key word, tangibly reduce each of those risks? So we launched a pre-sale strategy. We got airlines to put cash in that's non-refundable, that says that they want this airplane that we're building. And so that reduced market risk. And we built a subscale test airplane to demonstrate to ourselves and to our customers and investors that we actually can build a supersonic jet. And it kind of goes down this list. And so we sort of spiral through, what are all the reasons this might not work? Let's go do things that are diligenceable milestones that show that we've taken those risks down. And when that happens, okay, now if you think of this as a X billion-dollar company in success, there's some % chance of success. Multiply those together, that's your valuation. That number should go up over time if you're de-risking the business successfully. And so far we've been able to do that. Where round to round we show we've eliminated risk, the valuation goes up. Investors who've been in since the early days are happy because they get their marks, and then and they're still in my view, we're still in diapers. We're raising capital recently at valuations well under what I think this will be worth if and when we make it successful.
And whenever I'm involved with a startup or founder, I say, where's the friction here? Is it capital? Is it people? Is it waiting for the technology to catch up? Is it finding the right people to make sure that there's execution? If you could solve for one problem, what would it be right now?
In my mind, well, if I could do two, it's capital and it's execution. I mean, we are, like I said before, what we're doing is super complicated and it's safety critical. There has not been a new commercial aircraft company privately founded, entrepreneur-led since 1921 when Douglas Aircraft was founded. And by the way, Douglas's first aircraft was like a single-engine propeller thing. It was like way simpler than what we're doing. And there are a lot of ways to get airplanes wrong. And so having a high-quality team doing the right technical testing as we go, making sure we pick the right suppliers that are going to get the parts right, all of that is critical. And we're getting up every day doing engineering reviews, doing supply reviews, bringing in third parties to look over our shoulder, saying what mistake. Let's make sure if there's a mistake in here, we're finding it now and fixing it while it's cheap and easy to fix. So that's one. And then the other is capital. It is capital intensive and capital, but enough capital. The technology is there. The market is there.
So. I've been a founder of several companies, but they've been the kind of companies that the lag time between getting some sort of proof of concept and then iterating was, right, we got to build a website and get inventory. An e-commerce company, that's 6 months, maybe 12 months. Services company, you kind of flip on the switch and just see if you can get clients. It strikes me this would be just such a lonely, stressful path to be talking about something that's this far out, that's this complicated, that requires this much capital, and quite frankly, just so much can go wrong. Does this take a toll on you personally, or are you sort of kind of a strange human? This sounds like it would take such a personal toll. What advice do you have to founders around personality traits for someone who can raise $400 million and then go out and raise money for a highly complex product? You need another 1.6 billion. I mean, do you sleep well at night?
I sleep great. I'm actually, one of the things is focus on sleep. It really matters.
Yeah.
But maybe one way to answer this is, so my first company, I'm a little embarrassed to say this, we built a barcode scanning game.
Right.
If you made a list of most important things to least important things on the planet, I think we set a new low. And I would, and yet, because I'm a founder type, I'm always at my personal red line. But I would get up in the morning, and I was, there were times where I was near suicidally depressed, as I would think, why in the world did I get into this thing? I'm building something that I don't care if it exists in the world. I thought it was what I knew how to do.
How old were you, Blake?
I was right around 30. And it was, and I thought I would crash the company, would lose everyone's money. I thought my career would be over. Like, it was incredibly stressful. And, and then when we managed to sell the company in the end, it was this enormous relief. And I remember thinking, like I worked so hard for something I didn't care about. And so I knew, the founding bug, it kind of bit me. I knew I wanted to do another startup, but I didn't want to ever have that experience again of getting up in the morning and saying, is this worth it? And there are ups and downs to any business, but I think I've come to believe is that as founders, we're going to be at our personal red line no matter what we're doing. But what we do get to control is, have we picked a mission that motivates us, that's worth it? And for me, if I'm going to work that hard, if I'm going to put all of myself into it, if I'm going to see my kids less, it better be something that matters to me. And I am deeply motivated that this is something that should exist. And I would, I'd much rather try and fail than never have tried. And so maybe this will validate that I am actually a crazy person, but I find this easier than my first company because it's more motivating, and it's more motivating to me, and I can get great people to come and work with us. The quality of team I have around me, I would not be able to get to do if we picked a lesser mission.
So you've worked at Amazon, you've worked at Groupon, you've worked at some great companies, and you've worked at Groupon. Sorry.
Seriously, one of my experiences has been that it helps to learn from contrast. Amazon was...
Groupon's a successful company. I'm being a cynic here. No?
Amazon is a really well-run company. And
yeah,
I went there, first job out of school, and I had no idea how good I had it. And then a startup, and then...
What did you do at Amazon?
I started as a software engineer, then I built search engine marketing, basically. But then I ended up at Groupon after they bought my first company. And comparing those two companies and how they were run was actually extraordinarily helpful, because the contrast showed what really mattered in the culture and what really mattered in the decision making.
So a group of founders, what 2 or 3 lessons or pieces of advice would you give to founders and CEOs of startups that you learned or learned anywhere?
The number one thing is work on something that you really love. And it's a cliche, but I think it's true. Pick a mission that's inspiring. Pick a mission that you care more about than you care about your own insecurities. And because on day one, I looked in the mirror in this thing, and I'm like, I am not the human that has the resume to do this or the skills to do this. I'm going to have to reinvent who I am along the way. But this is worth it. I want to make a run at it. And what I found is that knowledge and skills are way more variable than passion. I hopped industries, and I think people underestimate what they can learn if they're motivated to do it. And so pick something that you really want to exist in the world, and go lock onto that, and then become the person that's the person to be able to do it.
So in addition to following your passion, what management techniques or hacks for building a company? Let me start. Some of the biggest management mistakes you've made.
I've made a lot. All my worst mistakes have been people mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Picking people who are maybe strong technically, but weren't good culture fits. Underweighting that was a big mistake. One thing I can share that might be useful is how I learned to interview people who were technically deep in a field I was initially not technically deep in.
Mm-hmm.
And my favorite interview question was, "Teach me something." And so all the early engineers, okay, come meet Blake, teach me something. And so I got to learn a lot of stuff, but I ended up only hiring people who deeply actually understood something and were good enough communicators that they could convey it. And it turns out it's easy to assess the answer to that question without knowing the technical substance of it yourself on day one, because at the end of the conversation, either I understood it or I didn't. And so people who were able to communicate deep technical content well were the people who got hired. And it turned out I could assess that without having all that knowledge myself a priori.
So advice to a young person who maybe hasn't figured out what their calling is or what the passion is that would override their insecurities. what advice would you have for them around where they should work or what type of skills they should try and develop that would give them the opportunity to be successful once they figured that out?
Well, I think back to my decision to join Amazon right after school, and I had a couple different job offers. There was one that was a lot of money. The Amazon offer was not a lot of money. But everybody I talked to at Amazon were really smart people, and I thought what they were working on was really cool. And I look back and like those two criteria I think were really helpful. Work with great people and work on something that maybe it's not your life's work, but if you think it's really cool, you're going to be motivated. Mm-hmm. And so those two things together I think are, they help me a lot.
Got it. I wanted to open up for questions. Does anyone have any questions for Blake? Please introduce yourself, and I'll repeat the question because you're not mic'd.
Michael Schneider from Los Angeles. My question is, if you're going to go through and do this really, really hard thing, why stop at Mach 1.7? Why not go to Mach 3 or 4 or whatever?
So Michael's asking, why stop at Mach 1.7? Why not go to 3 or 4? Come on, man.
It's a great question. So the first airplane, this might surprise people, is super technically conservative. We only are using technologies that have been proven safe, reliable, efficient on other airplanes and have a certification precedent with regulators around the world. And so that's that allows us, because the complexity of the whole thing creates a bunch of risk. And so wherever we have an option, we want to take the less risky path. And it turns out Mach 1.7, the material systems that were already certified for the 787 and the A350 work unmodified. They're already FAA certified materials databases, allowables, manufacturing, supply chain, et cetera. So at 1.7, I don't need to invent anything new, and I don't need to certify anything new. And now, yeah, more speed would be better, but our view is let's birth the first airplane successfully. And we already have a small team working on Airplane 2, Airplane 3, and yeah, I think we can be significantly faster. The long-term development arc here is to get the fares down to the point that more people can afford to fly on this, to put the sonic boom question in the rearview mirror so we can fly supersonic everywhere, and then be able to push speeds up because until we have like a 50 millisecond transporter beam, I don't think there's a diminishing return on speed.
How high does the plane fly, Blake?
60,000 feet. So
60,000 feet.
So the sky is a deeper blue, and if
the curvature of the Earth?
If it's curved, we'll be able to see it. Well, we'll have to see.
Please introduce yourself.
Manufacturing and selling airplanes may be one of the most difficult things in the world. Do you have a plan B?
A plan. So someone's asking if you have a plan B. Do you mean professionally?
Oh no, for the company or
for the company. So plan B, like produce something else?
I don't know, maybe selling the sheds, entering another business. I don't know.
Do you have a plan B question mark?
No. Let's make plan A work. Yeah, I deeply. At this point, I'm 9 years in, and
when did you start the company, Blake?
2014.
So this is 9 years. So this really is. You're in this thing for 20 years plus if it's
that's right.
It's
worth it. It's worth it to me. And at this point, I know enough about the technology, the market, the regulations, the supply chain. This is all possible, and the only question is whether we will do it successfully. And there's no guarantee to it. But it's if we execute this successfully, it will work. And so it's focus on execution. And I don't think about plan B. I think about how to make plan A work.
Why would United put hard money down as opposed to just wait? Is it they want to be first in line?
United had an incredible success being the first U.S. airline to announce supersonic. And it blew everybody away from their expectations. They had customers calling up and saying, I actually am switching airlines today because I want to be first to go supersonic. Mm-hmm. And the ability for them to go have a advantaged place on a next gen technology was huge. And when we talk to passengers, virtually everyone wants supersonic. And the thing that it surprised me how strong it was. 87% of people who fly first or business internationally today would switch airlines, walk away from their status and their miles in order to access a much faster flight. And what that means is it's a loyalty program buster.
Yeah.
If United has supersonic on a route and the competing airlines don't, they're going to pick up a lot more passengers. These are the most profitable, most valuable passengers. I think you can always tell an industry that doesn't have a lot of product differentiation when they've got really strong loyalty programs. Like you see it in airlines and grocery stores. There hasn't been differentiation in air travel products since the first jets came online. Mm-hmm. And yet today it's like, fly my airline, I got a better wine list.
That's remarkable.
And this is a really powerful competitive tool. And it starts working even before the airplane's delivered because the customers want it so much and they want to be with the airlines that are innovative.
So I have one more question and we'll take one more from the audience. But this strikes me that as you get closer to proof of concept, just the category makes sense. I would imagine there's a big market for people who want to get from here to New York in 3.5 hours. It just opens up a whole world of possibilities. As you get closer to kind of a minimum, or it just becomes more realistic, who do you think, I got to believe it'll attract competition. Who do you think is most likely to be your competition here? Is it a Gulfstream? Is it a Boeing?
I think at some point Boeing and Airbus will say they have to participate.
Yeah.
Because they're in the airliner business, and so that'll happen at some point. I don't know when. I think that the makers of private jets will enter when you can fly supersonic over land, because that's what makes their business case work.
Got it.
For a Gulfstream or a Dassault. There's only a market for 50 airplanes, it doesn't make sense to develop the airplane. It has to be at least a couple hundred. And the way we see the math, and I think they see it the same way, which is why they haven't done it, is you have to be able to fly supersonic over land. But I think the advent of supersonic passenger travel in large numbers is going to cause people to say, what is that sonic boom thing? Can I hear one? And then, and there are ways to flatten that out. And so people will hear it and be like, that is the reason that I'm stuck in a tin can for 6 or 7 hours. And then the rules will get changed very quickly. And then there'll be second generation supersonic airliners that can fly supersonic everywhere. And then I think at that point, the business jet game catches up with commercial. But the slightly funny thing here is commercial is going to lead and private's going to follow. And it's because of that regulatory situation around speed.
I disagree with him on this. I just think there's so many people out there. I mean, why, if you were worth $1 billion, why wouldn't you buy this thing, right? I mean, just why wouldn't you? We argue about this. I think the market's going to be essentially every billionaire in the world who has a finite amount of time. Anyway, sir, your last question.
I was just, my name's Tim, I'm from London. I just wanted to link together a couple of the things you've told us. You talked about capital being the great differentiator, but you've already been doing this 9 years. How did you persuade those first private capital providers who are looking for 3 to 7 years to get out of this, that they might be locked in for 15 or 20 before they saw, or somebody that they were going to pass it on to was going to see a meaningful return?
So just to repeat the question, how did you convince early capital to come in recognizing that their time to liquidity might be a decade plus? Is that fair?
Yeah, the earliest investors are the ones that were least time sensitive, and they were focused on multiple returns.
Yep.
They were focused on IRR. But anybody who was focused on returning capital to investors quickly would not be an early investor in a supersonic jet startup.
But also, in a couple of years, as this gets closer to fruition and the market gets more excited and sees it as viable in a big market, there'll probably be a secondary market. There'll probably be opportunities for liquidity as there are with other companies, right?
Totally, and I think there's a good chance that Boom ends up as a public company, before we've delivered the first airplane.
Right.
And that gets everyone liquid.
I just want to say, and obviously I'm biased here, I just think it's wonderful that there's guys like you that are just this fucking crazy. Right? Isn't that, you want people to think, okay, I work at Groupon. I'm going to build a plane that goes 1,300 miles an hour and figures out a way to raise $500 million. I think it's just remarkable. I don't know what are the wrong or the right toys you played with, but I wonder, like, how does that happen? Anyways, Blake, founder and CEO of Boom Supersonic, an American aviation firm that is building the world's fastest commercial plane. I think everyone's on your side. I think everyone would really like to see this happen.
Scott, that's why it's going to work, because people want this product and they get inspired by it, and they join the team, or they become a fan, or they become an investor, or they become a customer, and it's all possible with really great people being behind it. And the mission is magnetic. That idea of, let's make it's not about speed being cool, although it is darn cool. It's about, where can I vacation? Who can I fall in love with? Can I be close to my family? And that is something that I think as humans, we are very magnetically attracted to. And that's what allows this to get momentum.
Who can I fall in love with? I think that's a good tagline for a company, right? Who can I fall in love with? Blake, we appreciate your time. Join me in recognizing Blake Scholl. All right, brother. Well done.
Hi, I'm Katerina Fake. I am an investor at ESVC and the host of a podcast named Ingenious. My guest here today is Andrei Liskovich, who is from the Ukraine Defense Fund. What they do is they supply, they source and supply and distribute supplies for civilian fighters on the front line in the war in Ukraine. This is everything from energy bars to socks, to vehicles, to phones, and beyond. And I'm very happy to welcome him. He comes from a background in technology and in startups, and has used all of his learnings from his earlier career in his new work. So welcome. I would love for you to tell us a little bit about your making the journey here. You were born and raised in Zaporizhzhia, and you came from there to join us today. So tell us a little bit about coming here and how that works.
What happened in between me growing up in Zaporizhzhia? Well,
yes.
I was born in Ukraine, grew up there, finished high school, and then after that went to Moscow to do my undergrad in physics and then master's, and then after that went to the US to do my PhD. After my PhD, I went to Silicon Valley and stayed there. So I've lived in San Francisco since 2015. And then when the war started, I went back on February 27th and joined the effort to assist the defense forces. Most of our work today is focused on helping Ukraine get technologically advanced aid from the West, either through private funding or through transactions that are paid for by allied governments, which is now the majority of our work. We facilitated fairly significant number of these transactions, and overall, I would value the total amount of aid that has been delivered to Ukraine at almost $100 million. So this is the effort that involved Germany, US, Poland, various other governments, and we continue to work on that full time.
And the other thing too is that you're obviously a male between the ages of 18 and 60, which, as we know, are not permitted to leave the country. Under what circumstances are you able to leave, and what do you have to do in order to get out of the country?
Yes, Ukraine has universal draft, and people between 18 and 60, males, cannot leave unless there is a specific need. Every time you leave, you need to apply, and the main permitted criteria have to do with the efforts that are involved in delivering aid. So this is the 5th time I'm leaving the country during the war, and the previous trips I used for brokering or directly purchasing aid for Ukraine and returning with it. And this time is no different. After this forum, I'm going to a number of vendors in Europe that make equipment, drones, anti-drone equipment, and satellite imagery, and also going to the US for various policy discussions in DC. And so that effort is very much in line with the mission of the fund and is very much aligned with Ukraine's need to defend itself. So the government has decided to grant me permission to leave on this specific occasion. I have to come back within 30 days.
Okay, so it's not a long time away. Would you kind of tell us a little bit about when you were working in Silicon Valley, and there were rumblings about the war, and what was your awareness of it at the beginning, and how did you come to the decision that you were going to actually leave Silicon Valley, leave your job, and help in the war effort?
Yes, as you remember, there was significant run-up to the war. The first time there was a major escalation was almost a year before the war actually started, when Russia deployed troops to the border and nothing happened, and many people thought this will be a pattern where Putin uses the escalation in force to force the governments in the West to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO and committing to that in writing. Apparently, there's been a number of these attempts, and so people have stopped believing that. And the Ukrainian government generally projected a lot of optimism and did not believe that the war would start, at least publicly. At least that was the messaging in the press. I also didn't think the war was very likely, but at the same time, whenever you're dealing with these asymmetric situations where the downside could be infinite, you want to be prepared on the off chance that it might occur. And I spent almost the entire month of February in Russia. I went there on purpose, having lived there for 6 years and having developed a lot of friendships with people through college years. I wanted to see them, and I knew if the war were to start, I would not be able to go back. And I also wanted to gauge the atmosphere, whether they themselves thought that the war was likely. And my impression was that they did not believe it was likely. The Russians in Moscow and elsewhere, I went to the Caucasus, they didn't seem to believe that the war was anything but a bluff and an attempt to strong-arm the West into some commitments that they didn't want to make otherwise. And so I went there and came back on February 21st, so right 3 days before the war started. And then the war starts, and my decision to leave had to do with the fact that the Ukrainian government chose to stay. Zelensky personally had displayed significant personal courage and took personal risks. The fact that he decided to stay and key government officials stayed and didn't panic and didn't leave gave me hope that there was a chance to do something about it and not be a passive spectator, but try to affect the outcome. And so I went there, entered the country on February 27th, on the third day of the war, and went to the front, trying to conscript, and was told not to do so by the conscription office because they were not short on people, but they were very short on supplies. And since then, I've been working on helping supply the defenders who are actively fighting this invasion.
When you went there, had you expected that you would see battle, that you would actually be a fighter?
I thought it was a distinct possibility, and I've since been at the front a number of times, but not as a fighter. I've gone there to test the equipment that we were bringing in. We only work with non-lethal equipment. We don't touch anything that blows up, no weapons, no ammo, but we work on a lot of commercial non-lethal equipment that aids with finding targets, with correcting fire, with various other secondary functions that are very critical for the performance of lethal assets. And so I've been to the front a number of times, and I've seen fighting, and I've been under shelling repeatedly, but I have not been a fighter. Did I expect this when I was coming in? I thought it was very much possible. And I wasn't trying to take reckless risks, but there are situations in life when relatively few people, when they're at the right place at the right time, can make a significant difference, and I thought that was one of those situations.
Well, how were you? I'm trying to picture the interview situation in which you're arriving. You're a volunteer. You're a civilian, and you go through probably a battery of questions where they're trying to figure out where to put you and what you can be used for. How was that? How did that work out? What was the process there?
Well, the process was nowhere near as structured as you just
just
played.
Yeah.
I walked in, a person who knew me just told the head of the conscription office who I was. He looked at, again, my background and said, okay, we need supplies. It's like it was a
instantaneous, okay.
Like they had a line of people outside trying to get in. Like they were not short on people.
Right.
Very clearly. But they were very much unable to give these people anything but a rifle and 2 magazines of ammo. And so they were desperately short on everything else, and they wanted me to use all the resources I had available or could raise to buy this equipment and give it to the soldiers. And so they gave me a military convoy, and I spent the next 2 weeks driving around the city with just my personal credit card buying tactical gear at military surplus stores. And it was still possible to pay with Apple Pay with your phone and get this done. And for the first 2 weeks, there was some inventory in the city, and we were able to buy it and immediately hand it over to these folks who were immediately being deployed to the front. And I don't know whether it played any role, but the fact is the Russian forces approached the city in the first week, and they never got farther north. So they stayed where they arrived in Vasilivka, 25 miles south of the city, and they were never able to get farther up. And maybe some of it had to do with these folks who were going there with some of the equipment we were providing in the very early days. So I feel there's a chance that these efforts were helpful, and we will never know. Again, the alternative history is hard to simulate, but I think it was important to be there at the time and didn't do this work.
But how would that mandate work when they say, okay, you, Andre, are in supplies. You're on supplies detail, and then go.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Is that all that they said?
Yes.
They didn't give you any instructions. They didn't
They
tell
gave me
you
a guy.
where to shop.
They did tell me where to shop. So one of these guys who was with me, he was driving with me, and he was literally pointing me, okay, here's the military surplus store. Here's what we need. They grab a pile of this. We check it out. Everything gets scanned individually. It was an infuriating effort to take time to check things out.
Earlier, Andre showed me a photograph. It was actually really remarkable. It was attention Kmart shoppers. It was a mass of equipment. It was piles of gloves. Can you describe what that was like?
Well, imagine you walk into a clothing store and start grabbing things off the shelves. I mean, there have been scenes like this in San Francisco, but again, here it's for military purposes. Like, you need to quickly outfit a large group of people, and so they grab things off the shelves, but unlike in San Francisco, they had to go through checkout, and so we had to ring through every single item, and that process often took an hour because there's so many items. And what was surprising to me was that the army was not commandeering these assets. You would imagine in a circumstance like that, in the war, where they were expecting Russian forces within hours in the city, they would just grab whatever was there and would use it.
And
but
you could just walk through the door.
Yeah, and they could. They actually had
with the mandate to do so.
They had legal authority to do that, and they didn't exercise it. And
yes.
In hindsight, it ended up being the right decision, because these store owners were able to then replenish their inventory with the money that we paid them. And the real unsung heroes of this war are, besides the troops, of course, but these folks who worked in commercial supply chains that were the most effective infrastructure in the country. So logistics, retail, groceries. In Zaporizhia, there was not a single day when grocery stores were closed since the beginning of the war. I mean, that's a remarkable statement. There were periods when there were challenges with getting drivers to agree to drive in the city with food. But still, they were able to get things in. And so if you had the money, you could just go to the grocery store and buy food at all times. There was not one day without food, except for days when there was curfew in the entire city. But when the city was open, you could go and buy food. And so that was done by commercial supply chains. And the same thing worked in procurement for non-lethal gear. And so while there was inventory to get in Ukraine, they were able to use that capital, those funds that we paid for these types of equipment, to replenish their stocks. It was incredibly effective.
You know, I was recently reading an account by Dave Eggers, who was one of the writers who was brought in by PEN America to visit Kiev. And I read an article that he had written for The Believer about his experience there. And one of the things that really stood out to me was how normal everything seemed. How it was basically in Kiev, so long as you were not on the front or in one of the cities that had been, shelled mercilessly, it was very much life as usual. And that is as you describe.
It is very different when you approach the front, when you get into the artillery range, or if you go to a city that was previously occupied and has been liberated since then. Those cities have sustained very significant damage infrastructure-wise, that you will see real change. But in other cities that are a little bit deeper into the rear, including Zaporizhia, which is close to the front but was never occupied, life is quite normal. What's not normal is air raid alarms that occur often, but people now ignore them. They take them as background noise, and they generally ignore them. And one of the signs that life is quite normal is the fact that you would have a hard time getting into a restaurant without a reservation. And last Thursday, I had to walk through 4 restaurants before I finally got a place to sit at 7 p.m. on a Thursday, not even a weekend. And it's no different in Kiev. So I would encourage folks to visit. Coming to Ukraine and seeing it for yourself is worth more than reading any account from somebody else. And it's quite safe.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I actually find truly amazing. So here's one of the things that I think really stands out to me about your story is that, so you grew up in Zaporizhia and hadn't been back for 20 years, or you hadn't lived there for 20 years.
Well, I visited my parents.
And you visited your parents, and yet you felt called to return. Why?
That's hard to explain rationally. This is something you feel deep inside you, and it's not something you feel always. There are moments in time when it emerges, and I wouldn't necessarily predict that I would have done the same thing a month prior to doing this. But the circumstances were really grim, and I knew that I was in a fairly unique position to broker between between Western supplies and Western funders, these aid transactions that a lot of the folks on the ground would simply not be able to do because they would lack these connections. So I thought it was very important to leverage my Silicon Valley network, both among the donors and among the people who made the equipment that was useful for the defense effort. I thought I could make some difference in whatever small way I was able to, and it would be very difficult for the locals to do the same thing. And my parents live there. I know that they would not want to leave, and I would certainly hate to see my hometown be occupied, and that would completely upend their lives. So my parents and my brother are in Zaporizhia, and it's essential that the city remains under Ukrainian control. And my objective for the first month was to every morning look out of the window and see whether the Ukrainian flag was still flying over the main administrative building. That was our OKR in startup speak. So objective and key result: have the Ukrainian flag over the admin building by April 1st, and then by May 1st, and then by June 1st. We kept extending it. So I felt it was a combination of my ability to do something useful and my allegiance to my family, and I mean the fact that I grew up there, and I'm still a Ukrainian citizen as well as a U.S. citizen, and I felt it was incredibly important to try to do something while it was still possible to do.
One of the things I was very struck by was how similar the skills that you learned when you were, you were CEO of UberWorks, and a lot of what you were doing there was in some ways very similar to what you're doing now. Can you describe your prior work at UberWorks?
At Uber, I started a division that focused on offering drivers other types of work through the same app, so they could make money in between the morning rush and the evening rush, the morning commute and the evening commute. As you know, Uber has very peaky demand, driving people to work and from work, but in the middle, the drivers are relatively unneeded, and so they churn from the platform because they don't make enough. And one of the obvious ideas is to find the types of work that they would be qualified for and similar pay range, which is a staffing space and kind of day labor space. I had no background in that space, and so when we launched the business, I had to learn a lot about the lives of the day laborers and people who operate in that industry and what's important there, what's not important. And you have to execute this loop where you are working very closely with the end user and you try to learn their problems, but don't rely on their own view of what the solutions should be, because they'll always have a very biased view of what the right solution. You can take them into account, but you cannot take them as gospel. And what you do next is that you try to offer them that you think is better, which may not be, but they would be the judge. And so ultimately, they end up judging what you're offering. And so executing this loop is essential for any startup that's trying to find product market fit. And what I knew when I was going to Ukraine is that I would have to find problems that I could somehow address myself with the help of my network and my resources, my connections. And we were executing this loop with a team. We started something called Ukraine Defense Fund, which is a US-based 501c3 nonprofit, with a group of Uber early employees who also operated in fairly adversarial environments in many countries. As you know, driver cars were put on fire in many countries. Some executives were jailed. Uber always faced adversity. And so these folks were in some way primed to help in these emergency situations. And we were constantly looking for, okay, what specific need can we fill at the lowest cost? How can we maximize the use of donor dollars, and how can we expand the donor base? And so that loop was, in terms of daily work, was not much different than running a startup within Uber in a different city, like in Chicago, but the fundamentals were very similar.
And you had originally started off in San Francisco at Uber, and then you had to open up, different territories. So it was very similar in
Yes.
some ways, because you were just dropped into a territory unknown to you.
Yes, Uber, as you remember, had lots of labor issues around driver classification, and because UberWorks classified workers as W-2 hourly workers, not as contractors, it conflicted with the core Uber model, and so we had to stay away as far from HQ as we could to not create this perception of inconsistent classification. And so we ended up working first in LA, then in Chicago, and then we launched Miami and Dallas. And we never launched San Francisco, in fact. So we always were parachuted into the new area and tried to kickstart a business. So I'm used to living out of a hotel and kind of traveling for business nonstop.
So describe a typical day in your life now. I know that, for example, today you were fielding a bunch of information and sorting it. And tell me about what you were doing.
What I'm doing depends on where I am at the time. So I'm spending about 2/3 of my time in Ukraine. And of that, most of the time I spend in Zaporizhia, close to the front, and the rest of the time in Kiev, working with the general staff. Through this war, I started out not having any connections to the military, but over the past year I've developed some familiarity with the chain of command, and I now know folks at all the levels, from the very low levels to the commander-in-chief staff. And what we do now is we are trying to help them identify key non-lethal needs and then find the right solutions that exist in the West that could fill that need, and then find the source of funding, usually government funding, to cover that need. And so brokering these transactions is a primary MO. And the reason why we're focusing on government-based, government-funded transactions is because they have much larger scale and they have deeper pockets than a lot of the private donors. Although private donors tend to assume that if they spend a small fraction of what the government spends, they would not matter, their impact would not matter. And in my experience, private dollars go way farther than government dollars. Vendors tend to massively inflate prices when the buyer is government, and there's a way to buy. And my view would be that in terms of benefit from speed and lower prices, a private dollar goes probably 10 times farther than a government dollar. And for us, of course, the first priority is maximizing the overall aid provided to Ukraine. So whenever private capital is constrained, we are working with Western governments to pay for these and identify the right technologies that fit the need.
Well, this has been one of the things that your work has really highlighted for me, is that there was this idea that there was, things that were specifically made for the military, and then there were things that were made for consumers, and that those things were very different, and they were of different quality and type. But can you tell us a little bit about how you work with that division, and whether or not you think that what we're calling it, what we call it is dual use, is a category that...
there's obviously a spectrum, where on the one end of the spectrum you would have things like tanks, howitzers, ammo, clear lethal items. They're made by and large by a handful of defense contractors, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, BAE Systems, these big players. And when you deploy these assets on the battlefield, for them to be effective, they're doing the firing, but in order to fire, you need to find the target. And if you miss the target, you need to adjust your settings and then try again and execute this loop until you're successful or until you run out of resources, ammo. And it turns out that the bespoke systems that are used for closing this loop are not always the most effective, or at least not the most effective per dollar. What Ukraine has done is use a lot of civilian technology that was developed for completely different applications and close this loop using civilian gear, because the West has not been providing, by and large, these non-lethal assets. The majority of aid has been lethal, at least from the US. And the way to think about this is, imagine you have an artillery system. The Soviet-era norm for how many rounds the system is supposed to use per single target is on the order of 60 shells. So you shoot 60 times, and then with sufficiently high probability, you think that the target has been eliminated. When you're able to observe where each individual round lands and then correct fire based on that, that number drops by an order of magnitude. And the question is, what's needed for that miraculous drop by an order of magnitude? And the thing is, it's not just the ammo that's saved. It's also the fact that the artillery is shooting for only 1/10 of the time. So it's exposed to the enemy counter-battery fire for a fraction of the time, and therefore both the system itself and the crew are much safer if they can do 5 shots and leave than if they have to do 60 shots and leave. And what makes it possible is a couple of guys in a pickup truck, like a beat-up Ford F-150, driving to the front with a Starlink in the back, plugged into a generator, with a tablet in their hands that has targets, and another guy would be flying a drone that they can buy at Best Buy or on Amazon, and they would be seeing where individual rounds land, and they would be putting it on a map, and they would also be talking to their artillery commander on WhatsApp, on an Android phone. They would literally be adjusting these things. Artillery runs on WhatsApp. Like, artillery strikes are often called on WhatsApp. So if you look at everything that's involved in this chain, it's completely civilian. It's not even dual use. It's something you can just go buy as a private citizen and use on your own. Normally they use for different purposes, but they close this loop that results in a miraculous increase in efficacy and reduction of risk. And so that's the underappreciated part of equipment that Ukraine needs but has not been receiving as part of military aid. It's clearly aiding the military. It's multiplying the effect of the lethal assets that have been scarce. But at the same time, it has a number of very compelling properties. If you look at the reasons why the lethal aid is constrained, and if you don't believe that it's constrained, just think about the fact that the Ukrainian counteroffensive is believed to have 12 brigades. It's a publicly circulated number from leaks. 12 brigades is 60,000 people, and Ukraine has 1 million people that are mobilized in some form. Why is it only 60,000 that are involved in the counteroffensive? And the answer is there's not enough equipment for them, for more than 60,000. And there are limits to increasing that aid that often are not monetary in nature. It's not just the money. If you had all the money in the world, you could not buy 1,000 HIMARS because you only make 90 of them per year. And even that's already doubled production pre-war. So there are supply chain problems that restrict military aid. There are red tape problems because when you're dealing with lethal assets, the regulation is fairly heavy on procurement itself and on deployment. And finally, there are political concerns about escalation risks. And when you look at the non-lethal assets that make the lethal assets way more effective, none of these apply. So it's a category that allows the West to saturate this need at a relatively low cost quickly without causing World War III and changing the battlefield dynamics in a macro way. So that's the big insight that we've extracted from this year and soon a half of this war. And this is the reason why the NGOs and the private citizens have been able to affect the outcome in such a significant way, because none of this is expert controlled. You can go buy it yourself. And these types of needs have been provided and filled by the NGOs and the soldiers themselves who pool their salaries to pay for them. And if these were military bespoke systems that were expert controlled, they would not be able to do this.
And you were also saying that something like, 20 or 30% of the soldiers' salary is actually goes back into equipping themselves.
Yeah, and at some companies, it's more than 50%. So what happens is they literally pitch in on payday. They pull parts of their salaries into a shared account, and then they use it to pay for various needs that this company has. And a lot of those needs have to do with vehicles, with energy, like generators. They buy their own gas very often. They buy their own vehicles, they buy drones, they buy Starlinks, they buy radios, they buy all of this equipment. And our goal is to try to scale that so we don't have to rely on individual soldiers using their paycheck, but we think it's possible to systematically supply the entire front with these needs.
This is the thing that I find so ingenious about what you have done, is that you have just, upended all of these assumptions about military requirements, and you are equipping a military basically using Amazon.com.
Well, it's certainly not me. It's maybe Ukraine at large, and I would say it's part of a macro trend that has been occurring. If you look at the history of dissemination of technology, a lot of it was imported from the military sphere into the civilian sphere. It was commercialized. GPS, the internet, various other technologies.
Yes.
We're now facing a very different reality where the private sector is spending 4 times more than the DoD on research and development. And we're now in a world where you can be certain that none of the defense contractors are going to make a better iPhone. They're not going to make a better Starlink. They're not going to make a better many things. And so the question is, how do we now leverage the things that are being built for civilian applications in a different context that allows them to enhance the capabilities that various militaries have. And so it's a big macro trend of which Ukraine has just become a poster boy, but it's not, it would have happened regardless. Ukraine accelerated these trends. The fact that Starlink has become the most important non-lethal product in Ukraine is, a happenstance outcome that might not have happened in an alternative reality. But Ukraine now has tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 terminals. At some point it was consuming a third of all European traffic. So it's now a major use case for this, and Western players can now see the impact of this, and of course they'll be learning and adapting their own kill chains This is the gruesome word for, again, this loop that the military executes at all times. So it's a big macro trend where Ukraine is a lab, and it actually affects the DoD in other theaters already today, because a lot of the weapons that were considered miracle weapons a year ago are no longer as effective because of the countermeasures.
Which ones were they? They were...
Well, if you remember, HIMARS was considered a complete game changer, and in fact it was, because it gave Ukraine a way of hitting targets way behind the front line very accurately.
Mm-hmm.
And now HIMARS is systematically jammed. The GPS is jammed, which means that the missile doesn't know, the rocket doesn't know exactly where it's flying.
Mhm.
It can use cruder mechanisms for determining its trajectory, but then it misses by hundreds of meters, and that completely diminishes its value.
Okay, so it's being jammed by...
HIMARS, it's getting jammed by electronic warfare means, so the GPS is getting jammed. That's what results in this.
Okay, so Russian military has somehow figured this out. After how long of a period?
They started doing this in November. So prior to November, they were only jamming some of the GPS frequencies, but not all, and now they extended it to complete coverage, and so now it's a serious problem.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that all HIMARS launches are subject to this, but whenever there's a jammer, a set of jammers deployed along the trajectory, this becomes a big problem.
Yeah.
Bayraktars, you remember those famous videos of Turkish drones flying over columns of armored vehicles and just destroying them? That has not been happening in a long time because anti-aircraft systems now easily destroy Bayraktars. So it's no longer cost effective. If you look at javelins that cost $200,000 each, and there were children named after them, there were cafes named after them. I think there's a national holiday of some sort, St. Javelin's Day or something. And,
wow.
Well, javelins, while they are still effective, but they're no longer cost effective because they're now FPV drones that cost $800 and in many cases can achieve the same result for less than 1% of the cost. And so Ukraine is now accelerating this arms race on these originally fringe technologies that affect the West everywhere, not just in Ukraine. And this is why Ukraine has a much broader set of implications than what happens at that front for Western allies. And I think it's very important for the West to consider heavily investing in commercial non-lethal tech because it closes the kill chain, and also learn how to disrupt the Russian efforts doing that. Because again, it's always, you try to optimize your kill chain and you try to disrupt the enemy kill chain. Jam whatever you can jam, interfere with whatever you can interfere. And so those two things are happening in parallel, and they're all evolving at a very rapid pace. And in order to be a step ahead of the enemy, you need to be in Ukraine, testing it and iterating on it.
Okay, so what I would really like to know is how can everybody, all of us included, support you, and what does need to be done, and be specific. What do we do?
Well, so if you start from the first principles, like in order to run this kill chain, you need a way of identifying targets, which usually means sensors, and you need a way of delivering those targets, which means you need to have some delivery vehicle, either a drone, a rover, a mast, whatever, a satellite. Then you need to communicate that to the command in some form, and then you need to relay that to the artillery system. And so when you look at the equipment involved, there are 4 big classes. Transportation, like that's the basics, because you need to get to the position where you're launching these drones and carry cargo. It's portable energy, because often you're in the field for a long time, you need to recharge batteries, and so this is significant.
Generators.
Third category is comms equipment. This is Starlinks first and foremost, but besides that, radios, two-way radios and mesh radios, data links. So that's a big category, and that also includes consumer electronics like laptops, tablets that are needed in large quantities too. Phones less so, because everyone has their own phone, just from civilian life, but laptops and tablets for sure. And then the largest category is intelligence, counterintelligence, and electronic warfare. And that means those sensors, delivery platforms, and software around them. And that also includes night vision goggles and different kinds of optics. So when you look at this set of categories, many people have thought, okay, let me buy some of those. Like, let me buy a little care package and send it to Ukraine. It is helpful, but it's not the most effective use of effort and resources. The most effective use of resources is to buy them in bulk, and negotiate better prices, and standardize the nomenclature. So you don't have what they call a zoo, like the Noah's Ark of every different piece of equipment that loosely fits the requirements. So the best thing to do is to, if you are not in the space that manufactures these, the best way to do is literally to donate funds or to help respective governments make these decisions through political pressure or through voicing those opinions. So it's making the funds available for these problems. The remarkable thing about this entire class of products is that this is just a money problem.
Mm-hmm.
You can simply buy them, and you can ship them. Logistics is figured out. Logistics is very easy. You don't need export controls. You just need money to buy them. So the obvious thing to do for most people is to donate money to the funds that do this.
And where do people go to do that?
They can go to ukrainedefensefund.org, and just there's a variety of ways to donate, either with credit card or with Venmo, PayPal, and larger contributions from DAF funds and IRA accounts. So that's the most direct way to do this, and more indirect way is to work with elected representatives, just keep them aware that it's important to continue supporting Ukraine on that front, and maybe emphasizing to them that non-lethal commercial aid is an important category that needs to be earmarked.
Do you feel that there is a bit of, you had described at one point how you were greeted with such enthusiasm as you were crossing the border back into Ukraine, and how you felt you were supported by all of the people along the way. Do you feel that this support is somehow diminishing, or people just have a bit of exhaustion?
Fatigue. Yes,
fatigue.
The word fatigue has been used more than once today when I had conversations with various folks at this forum. Yes, there's certainly inevitable fatigue. It's very hard to keep your attention on one subject for so many months in a row. So inevitably it falls into the background. The question is there a way to make sure that the folks who execute this process, like the DoD, the State Department, are properly resourced to do their jobs even when it fades from the headlines? And so this requires that even if people are not paying too much attention, they at least periodically check in and see where things are going. I would try not to, the common thing that people are doing, they're trying to forecast, okay, what's going to happen? And I think it's not the most productive way of looking at this problem. I think the most productive way of looking at this is asking, what can I do to change the outcome, rather than what this outcome is going to be for me as a passive observer. There's a famous quote from Alan Kay from the 70s that's very popular in the Valley. The best way to predict the future is to invent it. And it's very much emphasizing the agency of individual people. And individual people have created enough pressure on various Western governments who are very reluctant to provide lethal aid to Ukraine to start doing this and start to ramp it up. And just continuing that is incredibly important, even if I'm not saying it's important to read the news. I actually don't read the news myself. I feel like reading the news endlessly and checking in on every twist and turn of the counteroffensive, it doesn't do much because it's passive observation. It's not something that affects any of my actions. So to the extent to which it's important to my actions, I try to stay aware of the main developments, but I'm not reading every update on what happened to this brigade or that brigade today versus yesterday. So yes, there's fatigue, but it's incredibly important to not let Russia change borders in Europe by force and create precedent that may drastically affect borders elsewhere in the world, including in the Asian theater. So it's something that is incredibly important outside of Ukraine for people who believe in rules-based order. And I think it comes at a sufficiently low cost to continue doing this. If you estimate how much an average US citizen paid for military aid to Ukraine, of which Ukraine has already received 27 billion, actually received, there's more planned, but already received 27 billion. That means it's about $5 per person per month.
Each American.
Yes, each American. So it's obviously a large in absolute terms, a large sum, but a lot of it came from inventory, inventory that the DoD was planning on writing off because it was nearing end of life, older equipment. and it has also created jobs for the folks who are building the replacement equipment. So in many ways, it increases U.S.'s own defense readiness. It enables it to learn how to enhance its defense posture in Asia, in other theaters where current weaponry may become obsolete. And it comes at a sufficiently low cost to continue doing this. And my view is that it will generate a very important return in averting future conflicts if this effort is successful.
And would you be able to tell me what has been the worst part of your experience so far, and what has been the best?
The best part of my experience has been those two victories that Ukraine had last year. So the Kharkiv counteroffensive and the Kherson counteroffensive. I wasn't too exuberant. I try not to go through these roller coasters because every time you accept the high, then you have to accept the low and have to internalize it, and you become an emotional train wreck. So I try to be as subdued as I can when good things happen, and also equally as subdued when bad things happen. But I still realize that some things are like worth marking, and there were two big events last year that were very important. The negative events, there were many of them. Again, many negative developments in the front where people that you know become injured or killed. This is very hard to abstract away from. And when you see damage to civilian buildings, like destruction, it's emotionally difficult. But again, we have to postpone those emotions to after we've done our work. And so we need to focus on the work of changing the outcome and preventing that destruction from continuing.
So really, you see a time, and you were also describing how when you were approaching Ukraine, when you were coming to Ukraine, and before you had actually been assigned this detail of acquiring the supplies, that was actually some of the worst times.
Yes, so
For you.
that has to do with the same dynamic. When you're a passive observer and something horrible is happening that you cannot affect, that's the worst feeling in the world. You're helpless and something atrocious is being done to you or to the people you love and can't do anything about it. And so the first few days of the war, before I arrived in Ukraine, I was reading this newsfeed incessantly, and it was one terrible thing after another. And you just keep looking, and the map is getting colored with the red areas.
Airstrikes, yeah.
And it's increasing and increasing. It just looks worse and worse by the day. And in San Francisco, I went to a rally on, I think, the first or second day of the war, near the city hall. And of course, they said all the right things, and I felt like, well, it's good, but it's not going to do anything to Putin's resolve to continue this invasion. So it was important for me to put myself out of the position of a passive observer and in a position of somebody who could, at least in whatever minuscule way, try to affect the outcome.
Well, I wanted to thank you so much for coming here and talking to us about this, and I really hope that those of you who are in the audience and who are listening online will help in the war effort and with the support of the Ukraine Defense Fund and of Andrei's work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.